Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So we are going to go over the 2011 debate between James White and Jack Moorman. So this video is entitled KJV Onlyism Debate, James White versus Jack Moorman by Nick Sayers. And so I remember when this happened, I watched it and I sort of felt that James White had won the debate in a sense where not from logic, not from facts, but there were just certain things that he brought up which seemed to stump Jack Moorman. And but I actually went through this video on my Facebook years ago. And after going through it, I was like, actually, James White completely lost. When it came to answering questions, when it came to looking at the material, Jack Moorman clearly won the debate. But it was just because of the charisma of James White. I guess, 15 years ago, internet debates were sort of new. And, looking at this type of thing, what I realized was the moderator was biased. James White actually half the time doesn't even answer the questions. He just talks about something else. And Jack Moorman, who actually has quite a lot to say, was sometimes silenced, talked over, shouted down, and then asked such trivial questions that no one could really answer it. It's a bit like you're asking someone to define what the Oxford English Dictionary says about the word abode. What's the fifth definition there? And it's like, oh, I don't know. I'd have to look at it. It's like, well, you're an idiot then. And it was like that in like specifically with the Revelation 16:5 material. And I think that's what spurred me to actually study Revelation 16:5 was this type of thing where James White, every time he did a debate, he would bring up Revelation 16:5, and he kept bringing this up. Now, that's been thoroughly answered. James White's been proven that he knows nothing about Revelation 16:5. He probably does now. He's probably read my book, even though he publicly said he would never read it. I know that he's been following the TurretinFan material and every now and then tuning in on that and looking at that. But one thing that I wanted to bring up now, some people, even this morning, I was just having a chat with someone and they sort of said, well, this would explain why you hate James White so much. And I'm like, I don't hate James White. In fact, I listen to pretty much every dividing line that comes out. If it's got, some material in it that's, basically Christian orientated. If he's talking about the government and talking about theonomy and all this sort of stuff, I can't really be bothered with that. But, if he just wants to be like a Ben Shapiro sort of guy or, it's like, well, yes, that's fine. You can do whatever you want. I'm not criticizing him for that. But if he's talking about Roman Catholicism, I'll tune in. If he's talking about Mormonism, I'll tune in. If he's talking specifically about the Textus Receptus and things like that, I'll tune in to go, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's right. It's almost like every sentence, every word that comes out of his mouth is wrong. Because I've listened to so much of his material, and at first was like put on a back foot, like, oh, this guy's persuasive. Then examined it thoroughly. I'm convinced that James White, almost everything he says about this topic is wrong. And I'll debate him on this. I think what he does now is he only chooses, KJV debate opponents who will make him look good. Like when you look at the Lebec debate, like Lebec didn't really even know about the Granville Sharp rule. I mean, to me, that's just sort of bog standard basic stuff that you should know going into a debate like this. I mean, all that you'd have to do is go through probably about 20 of James White's videos and you would know what sort of thing he's going to ask, or even just go through his previous debates. But it seemed like he was unprepared. But then again, Peter Van Cleek, he was very good in his debate. He tried from a different angle, the presuppositionalist angle, which was very interesting. And because the thing is, what if there's a nuclear holocaust tomorrow, and we're left without a Bible completely? I know the Bible says that God will preserve his word. So what would God do to preserve his words there? Would it be on a hard drive somewhere? Would it be just one Bible left somewhere? But what if all the manuscripts were destroyed tomorrow? Is God able to just restore his words? I think he is. And so this is one of the things where, do we trust what the Bible says about itself? And I think a lot of people are coming from this from an evidentialist perspective, and oftentimes I'm coming to it from that perspective. But I do enjoy thinking about, what does the Bible actually say about itself? How did Jesus view the scriptures that he had in his hand? Now, I know these guys will say, he used the Septuagint, which has been thoroughly debunked. But the whole concept of the Bible saying that it will be preserved. Now, most of the time people just go to Psalm 12 for that. There's a whole bunch of other verses that talk about, the word of God enduring forever. I mean, just read Psalm 119. You'll get the gist. The Bible does talk about the word of God being eternal, being from God himself, and he is able to give that to every person that ever lives. Anyone who trusts in him will have access to the words that God has spoken. Jesus was very clear: if you're ashamed of me and of my words. And he talks about, him being ashamed of you at the judgment. And so he clearly makes that distinction that he is coming and his words are still going to be around. Like, how can you be ashamed of his words if we don't have it today? Of course we have his words today. But unfortunately, what's happened is, since Westcott and Hort, there has been a drive against Scripture. Now, I think what's also happened is the peddling of the Word of God, which is quite an interesting translation in modern versions. The King James says corrupting the Word of God, which means sort of like adulterating it, like watering it down, and But it's actually peddling in the modern versions, which is what salespeople do. I mean, if you're selling a house, you're peddling. It can be like a neutral word, but it can also have a bit of a negative connotation if you're doing something dishonest. I mean, if you're peddling the Bible, surely that's a good thing. If you're working for Logos and you're peddling the Bible, but modern Bibles say that it's wrong to peddle the Word of God. It's like, that's just so strange. But you see all these type of contradictions in these modern Bibles. And so James White, he unfortunately is a bit of a salesman for the Bible industrial complex. Now, him, Mark Ward, other people. Now, some of these people mightn't even realize that they are basically advertising for a huge juggernaut industry. Like, some people are advertisements for the military, that you get military recruitment. You get, people are dangling, carrots in front of people. You can finish your schooling. You can get this type of wage. You can do this. So people join the military, and then they're off to fight some war in Afghanistan or whatever. Now, some people want to join that. Their heart's in it, and they want to join the military. But a lot of people do it as a career move, or they can't afford anything else. But there are people who are the cheerleaders for the military, and that they're not getting paid for it. They think what America's doing is great around the world. Iraq and Libya and Afghanistan, and all these places. The last 30, 40 years have been just tragedies, really, when you look at it. And us Australians have been alongside America the whole way. You guys are basically our backup plan. If anyone invades us, we're like, hey guys, we've helped you all the way through, come and help us. And we have 3,000 American troops here already. We have 1,000 CIA officers working at Pine Gap here, spying on us for you guys. And basically, America, we're like a 51st state of America. The CIA and and the royal family overthrew our government in 1975, as they've done pretty much everywhere else. So we have puppet governments here. We're basically just we're reliant on the military-industrial complex to protect us. We also do protect a lot of American interests in Papua New Guinea and other places. But so to cut a long story short, there is a Bible industrial complex. It's $1 billion industry. And so some people, I'm not sure whether James White feeds off that. I'm not sure whether Mark Ward feeds off that. But the Bible societies definitely do. There is a whole industry involved. Every time they bring out a new update of the ESV or an NIV or whatever, there's lots of money to be made with publishing, with translators to hire and all the rest of it. And so this is an industry. It's like just like the oil industry, just like any type, the shampoo industry. There's advertising for that. And so if you are going to have your own little home remedy thing on the side and you're not interested in throwing chemicals all over your body or whatever in some sort of new soap that's come out, or, inject something in your arm that you might feel is unsafe or whatever, and you just want to do things differently, well, oftentimes you're demonized by an advertising campaign. So that's what's happened with a lot of the modern versions, basically push people into a corner where they have to make this decision. And unfortunately, this is actually part of what Jesus says in the parable of the sower. Because of persecution, they fall away. Now, persecution comes in many different forms. But one of the persecutions is, you look like an idiot. You're not academic. You're going against science, this type of thing. And so there can be a lot of pressure for people to conform and to just go, well, I don't want to rock the boat. I don't want to be in a cult. Apparently, if I read this particular Bible, I'm in a cult. So, and usually there's a lot of slander. There's a lot of name calling, pigeonholing, guilt by association. Someone else has got this same book as you somewhere else over the planet. So you're the same as them. And it's like, no, I'm not. But that's the type of lowbrow rhetoric that we hear. And they basically just demonize you if you don't have their product. And so you have to buy their products, you have to buy their Bibles, then you're one of the good guys. And so basically it's like spiritually, it's the same type of pressure. You have to get this type of squirty thing shoved in your veins, or else, you don't want to be the one who's causing problems in your church, do you? You don't want to be the stick in the mud. You don't want these kids to try and read this thing and they can't because it's got some old words in it and all the rest of it. And so there's a lot of different arguments that come from different places, but a lot of it's just demonization. Now, what I wanted to do first off, I wanted to show you a recent clip that I listened to. This is by the Church Split. Okay, so that I don't necessarily agree with the Church Split on on issues of the King James and things like that, but sometimes they are dealing with weird things in Christianity and they're just pointing it out, and I'm like, yeah, I agree with that, or I've already got that conviction. I'm like, oh, they're saying what I would probably say. Now, I'm just going to jump onto their latest video because they were talking about James White. And one of the things is I can talk to people like, people who are on the opposite side of the fence, Dwayne Green. I can talk to TurretinFan. I can talk to many different people and even have great conversations with them about certain things, but we're in disagreement. But James White demonizes people. Basically, James White is a jerk. let's just put it into those categories. Now, I remember one of my really good friends, he actually converted to Russian Orthodox, which was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. But before that, we used to just get along like a house on fire. Now, he used to put people into two types of categories. Now, I know this might be a bit of a swear word or whatever, but this is his words. So I won't actually say the word, but it was an a-hole, you know. He would call people, he would just vocally say, oh, they're this, they're that. And he divided people into they're either one or they're not. And it was quite funny because, like, sometimes we'd be talking about things and he'd say, well, hey, Nick, you realize that they're this? I'm like, yeah, oh, yeah, they are. And one time he said he was at work and he was doing some stuff and he realized his parents were that. And he said it just made so much sense. He was trying to figure out what he'd done wrong and all this. He's like, yeah, I guess we would say jerks. You know, that would be their Christianized way of, you know, saying that word. I still haven't said that word, remember. And so let's just say jerks. Yeah, he realized his parents are jerks. And so the thing is, I've gone through this whole thing of James White saying, you know, weird things about me and demonizing me, and, you know, and I went through this whole thing with Stephen Boyce as well, just like saying I was stalking him and all sorts of things. I'm like, what's going on here? But after a while, you realize you put them in the category, oh, they're a jerk. They're being a jerk. Sometimes they are a jerk, sometimes they're being a jerk, and other times they're not being a jerk to you. But James White is usually a jerk. So it just makes more sense if you put it that way. It doesn't mean he's dumb. It doesn't mean all of his arguments are wrong. It just means that he can be a jerk, and he most of the time is a jerk. So let's look at the church split. Now, I'm just looking this up, like sort of free, like shooting from the hip sort of thing. And I know the first 10 minutes of this, he was. Oops. Okay. So he's got this whole video, unmasking James White. Now, the sound was really bad, apparently. Yeah, for about 10 minutes, I listened to it and trying to fix the sound. So I just wanted to play this little bit here because this is a completely different issue to the King James issue. But because James White is probably the leading voice out there against King James, you only, TR only, whatever he wants to label us, because he's one of the main voices against the King James position, I'd sort of go to a different topic and show you what other people are saying about him. And this makes me wonder whether James White is actually honest when he's dealing with Muslims or Roman Catholics, because I've seen the dishonesty when he's dealing with me personally. And I purposely set myself up for those type of falls, because what I did, I started writing a list out of all the things that he had said about me that were dishonest, that were slander, that were ad hominem attacks. And from the get-go, it just started out like that, and it just continued and it just got worse and worse. And I would constantly bring these up because I've written them down. And people who know me were like, Nick's not like that. Even my family, who not Christian, was saying, who is this? Why is this guy saying this stuff about you? I thought he was supposed to be like a Christian apologist. That they were shocked that a Christian would lie like this. And so anyway, let's listen to the church split talk about James White. The first thing in my mind when I jumped on here, I was like, I've got to put my audio on. And so I didn't. So I think we went for like about 2 minutes. Let's start from here.
Has asked Alan to debate him, but of course he got rejected. And this, of course, brings us to where we are today. So if we go here, you'll look at Dr. White. He responded to Dr. Allen's writing here. So what Dr. Allen says is this. Got to make sure I actually have the right screen shared for you all, don't I? So let's do this. And we're going to go to share screen, and we're going to go check out Alan's addressing of this right here. So he goes, Dr. White, you have publicly challenged me to debate limited atonement for 15 years. I say challenged because your tone and language have often gone beyond a simple invitation. Your latest, dated July 1st, explicitly uses the word challenge. Until now, I've offered no explanation for my refusal. That time has come. Chief among my reasons is the unchristian spirit you sometimes display toward fellow believers, including myself, on this issue. Theological disagreement is one thing. Uncharitable, demeaning remarks and ad hominem attacks are another. Your broadcasts, blogs, and tweets offer a steady stream of examples. One instance appeared on my X account October 26 of 2024 in response to my book announcement to the Jew First, which is this two-part Roman book. There is nothing that screams that we can't defeat Reformed theology more loudly than this utterly absurd, already refuted ahistorical theory. It is the final refuge of those without the ability to engage the text. Over the years, you've made repeated claims along the lines of David Allen doesn't have the courage to debate. Dr. Patterson won't let him debate. He won't debate because he knows he can't stand up to me. Dr. Allen doesn't even know how to use a commentary. And that you're bored with my, quote, silliness. On the dividing line, October 29th, 2019, you said, quote, there is no concern for context. The only concern here is we have to make sure that Southern Baptists don't believe in particular redemption. That's the ultimate drive of these pages. No, not what is in Scripture. You also stated on that same day, quote, sometimes we use our scholarship in a way that is displeasing to the Lord. We have our traditions and we defend our traditions. That's what you have here, referring to me. Such uncharitable, demeaning remarks about my motives, scholarship, and exegetical competency are not those of someone seeking honest theological exchange. If I'm as incompetent as you claim, why pursue debate with me at all? Your condescending arrogance is frankly stunning and certainly unchristian. I've received many messages over the years from your followers, some disrespectful, a few outright hostile. Their behavior mirrors what they see in you. More than once, Calvinists who agree with your theology have told me that they're repulsed by your tone. Some have stopped listening to you altogether. Throughout my years of engaging Calvinists who affirmed limited atonement, and some with outright hostility, I've come to believe this stems at times from insecurity. For many, the tulip system is sacrosanct. Sorry, that one got me. Any challenge is treated as a challenge to Scripture or God himself. If one petal falls, the whole system crashes. Suddenly, you're no longer a conversation partner. You are the enemy. James, I don't believe you see me as a debate partner. You see me as the enemy, someone to dismiss, discredit, and marginalize at all costs. Frankly, I don't believe for a New York minute that your interest in debating me stems from a desire to examine differing theological views. To me, your behavior remarks you as a sensationalist and an opportunist. One final matter. Recently, in some effort to correct me, you said on X, quote, on March 10, 2020, I did 2 full hours in response to your published work on the Atonement and Romans 8. I went through the citations you gave me from papers and commentaries and demonstrated serious and substantive errors on your part. Quote, serious and substantive errors is your claim. I dispute it. I encourage others to read my material, listen to your critique, and then decide for themselves. My exegesis of Romans 8 and the Calvinist claim that it affirms limited atonement appears in my forthcoming book, releasing July 4th, which your listeners may find useful. There is more I could say, but between seminary responsibilities, preaching coach, 4 book manuscripts, and 9 grandchildren. My time is better spent elsewhere. I decline your challenge. David L. Allen, July 2nd, 2025. And what a Chad. Like, this is the most scorching, like, refusal to engage probably ever. It was amazing. This is why I love Dr. Allen. He is a flamethrower who wants to be. He's like the nicest guy on the planet. Unless, of course, you choose to do this. Even then, he's not wrong. So then Dr. White responds this way on Twitter. All right. And then we're going to get into some of his videos and some of the things he has said. And I'll prove to you that it does show narcissism continually. He is the most two-faced person on the planet, hence the thumbnail. And he, by and large, has a lot of problems with being nice at one moment and then cutting people the next. And Dr. Allen, I think, is correct in his assessment that he is a sensationalist. He says things to get clicks. He says things in the most arrogant and obtuse ways possible. And that's why he has all his NPCs who respond to everyone like a bunch of leftists, using their own talking points, creating their own definitions of words, where words really mean nothing and theological categories don't exist. So this is what White says. I will respond to Dr. Allen on the dividing line tomorrow afternoon. Briefly, this is how you avoid defending the erroneous positions you have taken by playing the victim card. You're a big meanie head is not a valid argument, nor is, well, my article, listen to his response, decide for yourself. When my response provided example after example of misuse of scholarly sources and a simple incapacity to handle the text to any depth. If the positions were reversed, I would truly feel the need to rebut my opponent. But you have chosen silence. Further, the two-part Romans thing is, in the opinion of the vast majority of Christian scholarship, simply foolishness. And it makes hash of not just Romans, but every other book of the New Testament. One last thing. One of us has demonstrated many times the ability to engage in these topics in debate in a fair and proper fashion. I do not believe Dr. Allen has ever done so. We will continue to demonstrate his errors, and we will likewise point out that opportunity after opportunity has been provided for the demonstration of his position in direct debate and has been consistently declined. I offer one simple reason. Dr. Allen's position cannot survive cross-examination. It can only exist in the echo chamber produced by anti-reformed provisionism. More tomorrow. Of course, what's hilarious is that he actually says that he has demonstrated his ability to engage in these topics and debate in a fair and proper fashion. He's never been known to engage in a fair and proper fashion. In his debate with Dr. Stratton, for example, he purposely continually did sidestep the actual issue, and he never actually addressed Dr. Stratton's questions directly. And even though Dr. Stratton got heated, and you could tell White was getting.
So I think you get the drift. Yeah, this guy from the church splits let me summarize it. James White's being a jerk, and I've been pulled over the coals for pretty much saying that in nice terms. I'm like, James White is unscholarly. James White is attacking the person. James White's lying. James White, and usually I get people coming back saying, "Why do you hate James White?" And it's like, well, clearly. On this issue, on the textual issue, he treats people on the side of the Textus Receptus as jerks, and he has association fallacies, genetic fallacies. He pigeonholes us. He has guilt by association. There's so many things that he does that you can try and avoid all those things, but in the end, he'll just do a whole program on you. Not even mention your name, but just talk about how much of a loser and a bozo you are, and how basically you're a Ruckmanite or something like that. And so, all you have to do is look outside of this issue. Look at people who are obviously this is to do with Reformed theology. James White's defending that. Someone's written books against that, but they're experiencing the same thing, that James White is being a jerk. And so, unfortunately, a lot of apologists are trained to be jerks. It's a really ugly thing that's coming out of academia or Bible colleges and seminaries in the United States specifically. People can just be, like, they just default to jerk mode, James White mode. Now, I'm not saying there are people who are King James only who I have nothing to do with, who can be jerks and can be morons and all the rest of it. Just like there are people who defend the pre-trib rapture that I believe in, they can be jerks and morons as well. Or people believe the Trinity can be Roman Catholic. I don't agree with them. I don't think that they're Bible-believing, born-again Christians, And so but what James White does is he muddies the water. He poisons the well. And so anyway, I just sort of bring that up before we get into this debate, because one thing is James White's on your side on a particular topic, you can tend to barrack for his team no matter what. And so, just say you've been a Roman Catholic and then you've become born again. You might listen to James White's material and be glad that he's talking about Catholicism, or just say you're a Moorman, or if you're evangelizing Roman Catholics and Mormons, you're like, well, James White's great. But it's when you're on the other side of James White that it becomes quite interesting. And it's the same thing was happening with Stephen Boyce. And obviously Stephen Boyce and James White were doing programs together. It'd be interesting now because Stephen Boyce has sort of basically become a Catholic. He's saying he's an Anglican, but he is just right in with Rome as well, which is so bizarre. I've seen him become like that. There was Michael Borowski, who I also debated on this issue. He just recently announced that he was a Roman Catholic. I just listened to an interview with Timothy Berg yesterday. Now, he was using the word Catholic sort of like universal, but then he was saying there's Orthodox, Roman Catholic, and Protestant Christians. To me, if you're in the Church of Rome and you're praying to Mary, you're chatting to the dead, you're praying to a witch called Mary, who's not the biblical Mary. You've got popes, you've got nuns, you've got all sorts of weird, bizarre things going on. Yeah, and you know better. It's one thing to be ignorant of these things. A lot of these people know, but they know there's alternatives. They know that there's true churches out there, but they're rejecting them because they're ashamed or because they just want their sin or whatever. I mean, they are simply not Christians, but Timothy Berg was like, hey, they're Christians. It just amazes me, yes, of some of these people who are vehemently anti King James, and they would label people like me as King James only. They are many times hugely compromised with Rome. And that would, because sometimes you think that you will show people material and like, Jesuit Roman Catholic Cardinal Carlo Martini, you had stuff to do with Nestle Alarm text. You would think that these people would repel at that and go, wow, that's a pretty big compromise. Well, why has our text got roots in the Vatican and all the rest of it? But they like that. They think this guy's probably born again, and yeah. So anyway, I just thought I'd show this clip because we're about to get into this debate. And I remember when this happened, 2011. I watched it live actually, and I remember there was some sort of live feed going on, and I was busy chatting in there, and people were saying this is a mistake in the King James. This is the Textus Receptus is wrong here. Erasmus did this, and there were so many of these arguments floating around. And so I remember watching it, and then on my Facebook I went back over it, and it thoroughly convinced me that James White basically wins just off his personality, because he comes across with confidence. He's selling his product with confidence. Oftentimes he's not even answering a question that he's asked. He just goes on to something else. But Jack Moorman actually had quite a lot more to say than James White did, but what I felt like he got ganged up on in this. And they had certain camera shots that made it look like he lost. He was looking defeated, or he's looking at the ground, and so James White is a showman. and Jack Moorman is a scholar. And so let's go through this. We'll start this from the beginning, and just remember when we're going through this to look at the sensational claims of James White. And also, when he brings up Revelation 16:5, now we know he does this in every debate now, but back then, to bring up Revelation 16:5, it's like if I was to debate you today on any topic, and I'm like, what about Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 4? What about the Hebrew word there? And it's like, you probably wouldn't know what I'm talking about. It's like going into the micro details and expecting someone to answer right there and then. And that's how he basically got the audience on his side on this debate, because he's bringing up some issue that's such a microscopic issue. Instead of talking about the general gist of the whole debate, about the whole entire King James version. That was the debate. But anyway, let's start this.
The King James Bible is 400 years old this year, and it's sold an estimated 1 billion copies. For some, it's still the only version we should use. For others, modern techniques, modern scholarship has given us more accurate versions. Who's right? Will you?
Notice the difference here. Modern scholarship, they've given us more accurate versions. Okay.
Change your mind? Well, let's find out as we present tonight's Live at 9 special debate. Should we exclusively use the King James Bible? Welcome. As you can hear, we've got this wonderful live audience here tonight who are going to be taking part in our debate, but especially I want to welcome two very special guests who are going to lead us off tonight as our debate. First of all, Jack Moorman, thank you for coming. Author of 6 books, including early manuscripts, church fathers, and a whole host of others. And you are going to be speaking for the King James Bible. Great. Thank you very much for coming. And Dr. James White, director of Alpha and Omega Ministries, author of 20 books, including the King James Only Controversy, and just had heart surgery. You were telling me that was
letting everybody know that. Yes, I appreciate that.
Just in case something happens tonight, we thought we'd let them know what's going on. And you are going to put the case of why we shouldn't exclusively.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for both of you being with us. So just let me explain. It's going to be slightly different to our other debates we have. What is going to happen is both Jack and James are going to have 20 minutes to present their case. This will be interspersed with booing and hissing and applause and all sorts of things from our audience. During that time, you will have opportunity to send in your texts and your emails to the normal address number that will come up onto your screen. Please get those in even as the debate gets going. At the end of what will be 40 minutes, we'll start taking some comments from the audience. We'll start taking some of your texts and emails, and we'll be asking more questions. I'll be asking some. The audience will be asking some as well. So whether you're at home or here, we want you to be taking part, and we want you to be sharing what you think. This debate has caused a tremendous enthusiasm, I think I would say. I think there are many that are watching online from the States. Welcome to you, and welcome to those that are watching online in Britain or via the satellite. You are very welcome, and we want you to take part. So without further ado, Jack, I want to give you the first 20 minutes to present your case for the King James Version.
Okay, so when you listen through this, obviously Jack Moorman is not as charismatic as James White. Now, Jack Moorman, he just sort of states the facts. He's not, getting emotional about it. He's not being sensationalistic. He's just stating the facts. And if you actually just go through and you don't judge him because of his lack of charisma or showmanship, what you'll see is a really good presentation for the defense of the King James. When you watch James White, he's quite sensational. And so let's just go through Jack Moorman's opening statement.
Well, certainly. Thank you very much tonight. And again, as it's been mentioned, when an edition of the Bible has become a 400-year standard, that is certainly quite a matter of wonder and a case for reflection, and especially so when that Bible is still widely used, and especially so when the language of that Bible, though different, is not difficult.
Now, one thing that sort of gets me, like later on, you'll see that the moderator sides with James White and starts sort of almost yelling at Jack Moorman to, it's already been answered. No, he's answered this question, and sort of shuts him down, which is the worst thing that a moderator can do. But you also see these weird camera angles. I'm just not sure what that's all about, whether that was done on purpose, but it doesn't seem to favor Jack Moorman. Even at the beginning, they've got Jack Moorman sitting on a weird sort of angle, and James White's right at the forefront. And I just don't know why they've done that. Now, maybe it's not nefarious, but when you know that the moderator and probably all of the staff are modern version advocates, it just sort of makes you wonder whether they're trying to demonize Jack Moorman. Anyway, let's maybe I'm just being a bit too paranoid, but judge for yourself.
The King James Version was always different. It was never current. It was never contemporary. It was never like your morning newspaper. It was always a step up. It was not Elizabethan. The King James Version is a 400-year standard. That is a matter for great reflection. With a standard, you know where you stand. With a constant flow of modern versions and revisions of these versions, you're not so certain where you stand. The footing is not so secure. It's more tentative. It's more provisional. It's not quite as nailed down. This evening, I want to show that the authorized version prepared during the years 1604 to 1611 is fundamentally superior to the modern versions. And I emphasize the term fundamentally because whilst there are many issues involved here, there is one great Mount Impassable issue.
So notice this, in his opening statement, he's bringing forth that there is a Mount Impassable issue. Now, when I heard that, I was like, oh, that's a little bit old, fuddy-duddy sort of talk. But basically, if you put that aside, he's saying that this is an issue that is so big, you can't get over it. You can't get around it. You have to acknowledge this fact. And so he brings this up, and later on, this gets completely twisted to basically be something else. It's to do with the Commuhenium or to do with Revelation 16:5 or whatever, but it's not actually the issue that's brought up. And so James White never really answers this. So let's just continue.
That with respect, I do not believe my friends who use the modern versions can adequately address this issue. If you can see this issue, and if you can see the major issues, I do think that the secondary issues begin to fall into line.
So notice what he's just said. This is a major issue. And once you see this major issue, everything else falls into line. So it's a bit like, say someone's got a flat earth argument and they're saying, well, there's an ice wall down in Antarctica and the military are there. And if you try and climb up the ice wall, they'll shoot you dead and all this. Now, if you take that person in a plane, like daily, we have planes here in Australia going to South Africa, flying over Antarctica. Good friend of mine, he runs a scuba diving tourist attraction in Antarctica. They go there all the time. And so if you just took some flat earther on that trip or flew them over Antarctica, they'd go, oh, there's no military, there's no ice wall, I'm wrong. It just overrides everything. So that's what he's saying. The Mount Impassable issue is something that is, once you get this, all these secondary issues fall into place. But what James White does, he reverses that, talks about not even secondary issues, but sometimes tertiary, sometimes things that are way down the line. And he's bringing these things up as the main point and winning on those tiny little things, or seemingly winning, just bringing up something that's a little bit vague and going, see, I'm right. And it's like, well, I've answered your question, but that's not what Jack Moorman's saying. He's saying this is a huge issue, and he's saying most people I talk to don't deal with this issue. And what we'll see in this debate is they don't deal with this issue, or James White doesn't. And when I say they, it's because the moderator is so much on James White's side that I'm like, they're a team. And even with the introduction, it's like, hey, Jack Moorman, introduce yourself. Oh, James White. And he's way friendlier. He's like, and he just had open heart surgery. We've had these private conversations. We know each other, sort of thing. And you just get this feeling that Jack Moorman's seen as the fuddy-duddy guy. James White's seen as the hip, nerdy sort of guy, And this is 15 years ago. Obviously, James White's a lot younger. And, he probably wouldn't have that same type of charisma today with his big beard and all that. But, he's sort of looking like, someone who people would, he's got charisma. He's got more charisma than Jack Moorman. Let's just look at those facts and just admit that.
My first main point is I propose that the King James Version is a very accurate translation of the Greek and Hebrew words which God inspired in the beginning.
And so notice Jack Moorman's like, it's a very accurate translation. And like I take the position where I can't find any errors or in translation. And so that's why I say it's a perfect rendition of the Textus Receptus and the Masoretic text. But even like he's actually representing the Dean Burgon Society, D.A. Waite, and a whole bunch of other guys. And they're being pretty careful with what they're saying. Usually they've gone over sermon after sermon, like working through how they would word things. And he's like, the King James is a very accurate translation. So he's not even saying like the whole thing of absolute. He's actually leaving the door open a tiny crack to say, well, if there is a little bit of an error there, a tiny little bit, we'll deal with that sort of thing. But I listening to enough of Jack Moorman and enough of D.A. Waite and the Dean Burgon Society, they were usually saying that the King James is accurate to the Textus Receptus and the Masoretic text, and they wouldn't sort of allow for that type of language. But Jack Moorman's he's leaving that tiny little gap, going, well, if someone points out say for me personally, all the words, as far as I can tell with what the material that's being put in front of me, people trying to show me errors, and I'm going through all this type of stuff. As far as I know, I have not found argumentation to show me where there is a mistranslation or where there's an error. Now, as far as printing, when it comes to the Blaney edition, there's a lot more italics and things like that, which sometimes I don't agree with, but that's just typesetting. It's not the words. I agree with all the words, but there are some words in italics which I think the italics are unnecessary in some places in later King James editions. That doesn't affect the words. And so I might nuance something like that. But Jack Moorman, he's being very nuanced here. So I'm just pointing out that's the fact of the matter.
Number one, that these words were given by inspiration verbally. The faith once delivered, Jude verse 3.
Great scripture, the faith once delivered. And when you look at the faith, hopistos, this is usually talking about the teachings, okay? It's not talking about your own personal faith. Like, oh, I've got faith in God, or I've got faith that God will do this. It's talking about the faith, the belief system. What's the basis for our belief system? Well, it's the scriptures. You can't separate those two. You can't separate the doctrines from the scriptures. The scriptures teach the doctrines. And so Jude 1:3 is a very good verse to go to for, once and for all. It's been delivered once. It's not, 1881, Westcott and Hort come along. Oh, we've got these new scriptures now.
There is no secondary inspiration. So
he's coming against Ruckmanism. He's saying there's no secondary inspiration. Now, Ruckman sometimes would say he doesn't believe in secondary inspiration, but then he would sort of say the opposite. Say with 1 John chapter 2 verse 23, where it has the italic there. It's quite a huge italic. It says, "He who acknowledges the Son hath the Father also." Now, all that is in an italic. Now, the reason it's in an italic is because an earlier edition of a Textus Receptus, the 1550, didn't have it in there. It was, I'm pretty sure it was a marginal note in the 1550, but it affected some of the English Bibles of that era. And so later on, it's in the Bishop's Bible, I'm pretty sure. But then the King James, instead of just putting it in a bracket or maybe a marginal note, they thought, well, we'll just put it in italic. Okay. And so, but Ruckman says that they had no manuscript evidence. The King James guys had no manuscript evidence for it. And God gave it to those words to them, which is just ridiculous because Beza has it in his Greek, the 1598 of Beza, which is the King James guys followed. He has it in his Greek, and in his Latin translation, there's no italic or anything. It's there. So the King James guys could have just put it in there and said, well, there you go. But they understood that people had a Geneva or had older Bibles that didn't have it in there. So they wanted to show people that, hey, this isn't just a typo. It's not just some extra words some printers put in there. We acknowledge that earlier Textus Receptus editions, they hadn't worked some of these issues out, but now we've worked these issues out, and we're just letting you know that we're aware of that. That's what a lot of the italics and marginal notes are for, because they are not doubt-producing footnotes like in most modern Bibles. They're actually faith-producing footnotes from someone transitioning from having a Geneva or a Bishop's or a Matthew's Bible or something like that. And they're like, oh, hang on, this word's changed. But then you look in the margin, the King James guys have already acknowledged that. They're saying, yes, literally it means this, but contextually it means what they've got in the translation, because you can have a lexical definition, look up the Strong's number, look up what it means, and you think, well, that's what I should squeeze that into the text. But if you're fluent in a language, you know that sometimes a word can be modified by the context. And so there's a contextual definition. The King James translators were experts in Greek, in Aramaic, in Latin, in German, and many other languages. And so to them, this was just their bread and butter. This is their normal type of working through translation methodology. And they did this to increase the faith in people and to show them that what they were doing was correct. Not, oh, this is a marginal note. It's an alternative reading. The marginal note there is to show you usually where there's issues with Hebrew, there's issues with older English Bibles or with the Greek Textus Receptus. It might, they might have had a word that was changed because other Bibles were based on Erasmus's text or Stephanus's text, and so that's why sometimes there are italics. But basically, Ruckman is saying, oh, this is like an inspiration from God. They've just gotten this from God, and later on manuscripts are being found and it's been proven, which would mean that the King James guys were just adding and subtracting stuff because God, like almost like a, automatic writing, I guess, type of thing was happening to them, which, he's completely coming against that. So he's basically saying right here, I'm not a Ruckmanite. And so, but, people who want to slander you and smear you, they will call you that because that helps them with their apologetic, I guess. Someone like Mark Ward just comes out and he would say Jack Moorman's a Ruckmanite, even though he just completely came against Ruckmanism. And so, yeah, anyway.
These words were preserved verbally. Christ promised in Matthew 24, verse 35, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words will not pass away.
Great verse.
Number 3, that Christ further promised that the Holy Spirit would guide believers into all truth concerning these words. John 16:13 compared with verses like John 17, verse 17. And then number 4.
So that's where, if I was Jack Moorman, I would have said the verse. It's more powerful than saying numbers because most people are, I don't know what you've just referenced there. Even if he summarized it and said, I think it's like, thy word is truth, the truth shall set you free, or my sheep in my voice, perhaps, because I'm only just guessing with those as well. And because then you have to look them up, and you can't do that in a debate. Maybe in a Bible study or a lesson where some people are writing stuff down, but in a public forum debate, just giving a verse number for something. And sometimes people will jump on my YouTube and go, "Why don't you read your Romans 13:3 then?" And that's it. And it's like, and you open it up and you read it, and sometimes it's not even relevant or whatever. It's like just copy and paste what needs to be said. And so, but anyway, that would be my only little thing about Jack Moorman to do that. But obviously Jack Moorman's passed away now. But
or that these preserved Greek and Hebrew words would not be difficult to find across the centuries. Deuteronomy 30, verse 14, the word is very nigh thee. These words would not be hidden in a desert. These words, like Codex Vaticanus, would not be hidden in the Vatican Library. These words, like Codex Sinaiticus, would not be found near a waste paper bin in a Greek Orthodox monastery at the foot of Mount Sinai.
Now, this whole thing about the waste paper bin, that's true. That is Tischendorf's own account. Is he saw that these monks, they were burning material, and apparently he grabbed this, sort of saved it from a waste paper basket. But then there's a secondary account when he went back there, and one of the monks gave him a whole portion of Sinaiticus that was wrapped in a red cloth. Now, James White, for some bizarre, strange reason, doesn't believe that the first account sort of happened. It's like, it's almost, it's the strangest thing I've seen in James White's defense of the critical text. He seems to just dismiss the first account, and he just goes with the account of the red cloth. And he's like, it was not found in a waste paper basket. Why are you saying that? It was given in a red cloth. And like, even James Snap Jr. is like, what are you going on about, James? Like, people like James Snap Jr. has obviously studied, like him and like Stephen Avery is one of the main guys sort of saying that Sinaiticus is a forgery. James Snap Jr. and Stephen Avery for years studied. Even during this time, they had heaps of websites up about the woman caught in adultery, and they would talk about all sorts of church writers and Bibles with it in it. The Latin has it in it, or this is a quotation from this manuscript, and they're going through all this stuff together, even though one's majority text or equitable eclecticism of James Snap Jr. and Stephen Avery's a King James guy. And eventually they sort of parted ways, but they were looking at Sinaiticus, and I've been there with debates. I've been live with both of these guys, and they're talking about these issues, and they know the intricacies of these issues. But James White just sort of doesn't learn. It's like he just has his mindset, and he just continues on with a mistake that's like 15, 20 years old. And when he was saying things like, that never happened and all this sort of stuff, it was like even James Snap Jr. was like, James White, you don't even know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? And so, it's bizarre. But Jack Moorman went on to write about Sinaiticus, and he believed it was a modern day forgery as well. But his claim here is just Tischendorf's own words, that his first account is that they were going to burn this thing, and he saved it from the flames. The second account, when he went there the second time, a monk gave him in a red cloth other parts of it. And so James White doesn't seem to he's been shown this so many times. It's like saying 1 + 1 = 2 here, James. He just refuses to acknowledge that. And anyway, so when Jack Moorman brought that up, I was just like, oh, that's right. James White doesn't even think that story is true,
These words would not be out there somewhere, but we're just not certain where they are. And then number 5, that these words during the manuscript period would be found in the multiplication of Scripture rather than in their being hidden away. 2 Corinthians 9 verse 10 says, and multiply the word sown, seed sown. Psalms 147:15, his word runneth very swiftly. Psalm 68 verse 11, the Lord gave the word, and great was the company of those that published it. And then
and so it's a bit of a Bible study in preservation, receiving the Word of God, the Word of God being said to have been spread everywhere.
And then in time, the 47 translators divided into 6 companies, gathering at Oxford, Cambridge, and Westminster, would accurately translate these preserved, originally inspired Hebrew and Greek words into the English of the authorized version. My second major point.
And so just on that, James White sees that there were, because there was about 60 translators, James White sees that is a problem rather than a benefit. Because he's like, well, there's 3 different locations. They didn't have fax back then. They didn't have internet. They didn't have a phone. How could they keep in contact with each other? One group made mistakes and the other one didn't pick it up. Like James White sort of basically proves that he knows nothing about how the King James was made, because the reason that someone like me can stand in front of you and say, well, the King James doesn't have any translational errors is because of the way they did it. It's not because it's someone waved a magic wand and it just went bing. That's what they like to say, so then they can, it's a straw man argument, so then they can burn the straw man. But what happened was the 3 different companies. Now there were 3 different universities, and there were 2 companies in each of these universities. Now, I'm just trying to remember exactly what happened. But just say you've got 60 translators, okay? So if you've got 6 companies, just say there's 10 in each company, just so we can do the math well. So just say, for example, you're given the Gospels and the Book of Revelation to do. Now, if there's 10 in your company, we're talking about 10 of the best scholars in the land at the time, okay? Now, people read Shakespeare and go, wow, that is some highbrow stuff. That guy's an intelligent guy. He's smart. Like the King James translators, they were very skilled in English, just like Shakespeare would have been. They were very skilled in many of the languages, German and French and Italian. I would say all of them would have read Latin. Most of them probably knew between 5 and 10 languages, okay? And when I'm saying no languages, I'm not saying like James White, who can go, agape is love, sort of thing. I'm talking about they would fluently speak these languages. They would do sermons in Latin. They would do whole studies in Greek. They would, like say Miles Smith, he was compiling an Arabic dictionary. Like these guys knew their stuff. Henry Saville, he collected 15,800 manuscript sheets in Greek of Chrysostom, and he was compiling the complete works of Chrysostom using Lancelot Andrews, John Boyce, Andrew Downes, like hiring these guys. This is while they're doing the translation, the King James. So this is their normal daily life, is to read Greek, read Hebrew, like to read like the annotations of Erasmus, just like we're reading a study Bible in English. They knew these languages fluently. They would see a word and go, yeah, Chrysostom quoted that here and here. They're compiling like concordances that go along, like Beza, he compiled concordances that go along with his Greek New Testament. They're looking at all this, that they understand these things. Like when you look at what Bart Ehrman said about the King James translators, Bart Ehrman said that they were actual, real bona fide scholars in comparison to the people who he was associating with, or probably still associates with in the academy, when they were doing translations like the New Revised Standard Version. He said most people would fumble along with the dictionary or lexicon, and they'd know a few words here and there, but nothing like the King James translators. And so you're looking at superior people. So you got 10 in a company. Every single one of them had to do their own translation. Okay, so if you read through Bancroft's rules of translation, you can see, if you map it out, you can clearly see this is what they did. So 10 of them, they all do their own translation, and then they bring it together and they mold it into one. Okay, so just say it's the book of Matthew. They've all gone through and done their own translation of Matthew. They've brought it together. So imagine if you were invited there, you're surrounded by 9 other world-class scholars, okay, who can speak multiple languages, who are highly educated. You're gonna be fearful about doing something embarrassing, aren't you? You're not just gonna do something stupid or weird, or you're gonna do the best job that you can possibly do, for starters. But then they got to amalgamate this into 10 into 1. Okay, so then that's 11 times that the Bible's been translated. So then that one copy is sent off to the other 5 departments, the other 5 groups, and they all read it. So 50 other people read through that, and they make notes of whether it something's good or bad, or they might have certain themes. It's like, look, you guys have got in Matthew, it's got this theme, but in Hebrews, it sort of mentions this same verse, and we're wording it this way and that way. So they're talking about those type of things and trying to iron out some of these issues. And they would send the copy back to the original group, and they would go through. So 50 other scholars have looked at it. So that's a lot of translation work. And then they were to amend it accordingly. And then in the end, there were people who went back over the whole entire Bible to smooth out any of these issues. Sometimes, like say, you might have church, which is always to do with believers. assembly, which is to do with the mixed unbelievers and believers, or the congregation is always to do with the Jews. Those type of things, you might want to make sure that that's how ecclesia is brought across, because you get people say, no, it should always be assembly. And it's like, no, the King James guys put church, assembly, and congregation for ecclesia perfectly. That they used all the words, that they didn't go, well, let's throw one out and keep one in. They went, let's utilize all of them. Let's put them for specific reasons. And so that they did a brilliant job. They not only did a good job and just went, oh, let's just put it all as congregation, or let's just put it all as assembly, or let's just put it all as church. No, they put it into their categories. And they did that knowing the history of the English language as well. They knew etymology. They knew old Bible versions. They knew the Saxon Bibles. They had commentaries, English commentaries, old things that they knew. And so they were putting all that into the version as well, because they didn't just see themselves as like, oh, we're Protestants. We've just, separated from the Roman Catholics and we're this dog-leg sort of weird thing. They saw themselves as a true church that had been infiltrated by the Roman Catholics, and they had sort of poisoned the church for a season, and then they'd been booted back out. That they, in the beginning, were a genuine church. And the church had genuine believers in it, but then superstition, idolatry, and all that other stuff had crept in. And so anyway, how many times has that been translated? Yeah, I counted like 14, but even just saying this, I'm like, there's so many. If everyone's reading through it and putting their notes, they're doing translation work too. And so you would have to say that pretty much every translator worked on every part of the Bible if they're all going through each other's work. So the company that did Matthew, they've also just gotten Ecclesiastes, and they're going through that as well, checking it, going over it, going, yeah, that, or someone might know just one little bit detail in Ecclesiastes, and they're like, hang on, I've fully studied this out, this issue here, and they're bringing it up. But all the other scholars are looking at this, thinking it. There's 60 scholars looking at it. That's why the King James is such a good translation. Now, I can't understand why people think that something is has a typo in it. It's almost like if you say something is perfect, then you're in a cult. Okay. Now, there are books that have come out. Let's say just even this book on my desk, The Identity of the New Testament Text, Wilbur Pickering. Now, I'm sure over the years, some people have gone, oh, there's a typo there, and send it off to Wilbur Pickering. He's like, I'll fix that, and he's fixed it. Now it gets to the point where if enough people look at it, you fix all the typos. It's not a big deal. If you were to look at, say, this is my wife's Bible here, and so that is in the Urdu language. Now this is a critical text-based Bible. This is the Bible that most people use in Pakistan. Now, there's no error in this. There's no print error in this. That they've worked this out. This has been available since 1913 when they went with the Westcott and Hort text, okay? And millions of people have read through it. And if there was any error, they would write to the Bible societies and say, there's a bit of an error here. It's gotten to the point where there's no, I'm talking about spelling issues. So some people think that even if you say the King James has no issues like that, oh, you're in a cult or something. It's so weird. Because even that wouldn't have any errors like that in it. Any major book wouldn't have that type of error. And if there was, they bring out second, third, fourth. This has had 100 years of editions. And so when it comes to things being translated properly, things can be translated properly. If you're fluent in languages, I've brought this story up so many times, but it's worth repeating. My friends who were working on translating all the EU documents into Luxembourgish, I asked them and said, so do you lose anything in translation? And the husband and wife just looked at each other and sort of went, no, we're fluent in English and in Luxembourgish, and we also know German. So at the time, the EU were translating everything into English and German. And so they could look at both of them, and they said, well, we can easily translate everything over. We're talking about things like nuclear weapons, terrorism bills, medical, crises, all sorts of different things that happen between countries in the EU. They're translating everything over, and they are able to translate everything over with no problem. And they're working for the EU. It's not like they're just working for a kindergarten. People are coloring outside of the lines or something. But that's what they try and make out. The King James translators were a bunch of bozos who couldn't color in the lines. They're just like toddlers. And this is just a slander. They make out Erasmus, Stephanus, Beza, the King James translators were just a bunch of bozos who really, couldn't do too much. And they're just human like you and me. No, they are human, but they were very highly skilled academics. They knew what they were doing. So anyway, so that whole thing of bringing up, there were 3 different places with 6 different companies. That's seen as something wrong in James White's eyes. He's like, well, there was too many of them, and they're all doing their own thing. So it shows you he knows nothing about the process of how the King James Bible was made, because he hates the King James and he's not interested in it. I love the King James and I'm interested in it, so I've looked it all up and gone, wow, that's really good. And that's why the MEV, they claim to have 47 translators. That's just usually a number that's thrown around for the King James, how many translators there were. I've counted 60. But the 47 number, they have, we've got 47 people on this translation working on it and all the rest of it. And so it makes you think that they're doing it the same way as the King James guys, until you get to Isaiah 58, verse 8, where they have the word reward there. No other Bible has ever said reward there. Now, some King James versions had a typo, because it has reward, R-E, and then reward. It's one word. It means like a rear guard, okay? So this rear ward, it's like a rear ward sort of thing, the rear. That means like a rear guard. And so if you even look at the New King James, it's just like rear guard. I'm pretty sure it is. And that's fine. But the MEV has reward, proving they didn't even go to the Hebrew, proving you might get one translator make that mistake, but not all of them. And you wouldn't get 47 people make that mistake. So they didn't cross-reference. They didn't all look at that. So there was one guy probably involved. So this goes to show you that the lies that are around these modern versions many times, they're lying to you and saying, we've got all these translators and all the rest of it. How many people does it take to make that? Like, do you think 2 people would make that error? They just actually read the King James English and said reward. They didn't go to the Hebrew. They're claiming in the preface, we're going to the Greek and Hebrew, where we have the Masoretic text and all this, and they're not even going to it. They're going to the King James English and just updating it in their mind, going, oh, that says reward. That's a good word. And they're going with it. Why doesn't Mark Ward do a whole video on that? You know what I mean? It's because he's a salesman. Why doesn't James White talk about this? But no, they only want to, make up stories about, how the King James translators were dummies and didn't know the Granville-Sharper rule,
I propose, as shown by that most remarkable of documents, the Authorized Version Preface, known as the Translators to the Readers, that this was likely the most unique gathering of godly scholarship ever.
And so, someone like Josh Barzon writes the forgotten preface. Mark Ward's like, no one ever reads the preface. Years ago, 2011, one of the main guys in the Dean Burgon Society, like, the preface is amazing. Read the preface. Yeah. And so the whole concept that we don't, people who favor the King James, think the King James is accurate, the TR people, whatever you want to label us as, the whole concept that we don't read the preface is ridiculous. It's actually a slander, because we do. I've read it multiple. I actually, because I heard it was like Dan Wallace or something saying King James only is that they don't even know the preface is there, sort of thing. Because it was printed without the preface, they don't even know it's there. And it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna prove that wrong. And I actually listened to the preface every day for a long time. So I can't remember how many times I've gone through it. I remember at the time it was iTunes, and it would show you how many times you'd listen to something. And so I just had it on repeat. It was just audio, had it on repeat and just constantly going through it. Now, some of it was going over my head because it's high church Anglican stuff. It's like, it's talking about early church writers and talking about translation methodology. And it's like, man, but I was getting the gist of the vast majority of it. When they're talking about the whole thing is basically a polemic about against the Roman Catholic Church, saying that they're doing too many translations and all the rest of it. And they were pointing to the Roman Catholic Church and saying, well, you guys are updating the Latin Vulgate, So anyway, I'm sort of drifting away a little bit, but he's basically saying the preface of the King James is important. It's amazing. Read it. And then you fast forward a few years and Mark Ward's there like, no one knows about the preface. And Josh Barson's like written a whole book. It's forgotten. They've forgotten it. And it's like, okay, just go like 5 years earlier. And here's, it's probably like 8 years earlier. Here's Jack Moorman saying, the preface, read the preface,
As to the originals from which they translated, they say, the originals thereof being from heaven, not of earth, the author being God, not man, the inditer, the Holy Spirit, not the wit of the apostles or prophets, the scriptures being acknowledged to be so full and so perfect. Unlike biblical scholarship today, these men were not tainted by...
And so before he gets into the whole biblical scholarship of today thing, the King James translators believed that they had the perfect words of God. They believed that what they had was, it came through the golden pipes and it came straight to them from heaven. And so that when you go through the preface, there's so many things that they talk about the word of God being perfected. From many good ones, they made one principal good one. They say in the dedication to King James, which is still in a lot of King James Bibles, that they, out of the original languages and looking at the English and looking at all other languages, they made one more exact one. And when it's more exact, it means like one more perfect Bible. And it's not like, it's just, one more, you got a bunch of oranges and you grab one. So, it's just one more to the pile. It means one more exact. It means overly exact. It's going to be more, it's going to be better than the rest. Like it's not just the same pile of oranges. It's like, this is an organic orange. It's way better, It's more perfect. And that's the type of language. And if you want a study on that, go through Bryan Ross's material. He did, I think it was like five programs on that whole more perfect concept and going through the Oxford English Dictionary and all the rest of it.
Rationalism by unbelief, by uncertainty. As to how they approached their work, the preface says, and in what sort did these assemble? In the trust of their own knowledge, and they had knowledge. They were the greatest grammarians in the land. And in what sort did they assemble? In the trust of their own knowledge, or of their sharpness of wit, or deepness of judgment, as it were, in an arm of flesh? At no hand. They trusted in him that hath the key of David, opening and no man shutting. If you ask what they had before them, truly it was the Hebrew text of the Old Testament and the Greek of the New. These are the two golden pipes through which the olive branches empty themselves into the gold. Neither did we think much to consult the translators or commentators, Chaldee, Hebrew, Syrian, Greek, or Latin, nor the Spanish, French, Italian, or Dutch. Neither did we disdain to
So notice they're going to all these languages. Let me just rewind that. Listen to what they're going through and examining. See, the King James translators examined everything. People say, like James White will go, well, they only went to print editions of the Textus Receptus. That's all they did. And it's like, no. They say themselves that they went to everything they possibly could. So they went to all the Greek editions. They would have looked at all the manuscripts available to them. They would have looked at all the Latin available to them, would have looked at all the German material. It's not like, oh, we went to the German, or they only went to Luther's first edition. You know, it's like they would have looked at Luther's material. They would have looked at commentaries. They would have read textual arguments by Lutherans in German. They would have read through all that. They would have read Beza's argumentations in Latin. They would have looked at the debates between Erasmus and Stunica from the Complutense and Polyglot Bible. They would have read through that in Latin and understood it and thoroughly thought about it. And, you know, this type of thing is mentioned in the annotations of Beza, you know. So when he's talking about these things and they're looking at the annotations, they're understanding what he's talking about because they're learned people. Just because people today have not much interest in it, because they've completed the work, they've done all the homework. It's sort of like, I guess, all the homework that someone would have to do to, you know, build the atomic bomb or something like that. There's probably way more activity building up to it than after it. It's like, well, we've done it. There it is. There's what we've been working toward. And when they were working toward a perfect Greek, when they're working toward a perfect English text, when they've done that, they're like, well, let's move on to other things, you know.
Revise that which we had done, and to bring back to the anvil that which we had hammered. We have at the length, through the good hand of the Lord upon us, brought the work to that pass that you now see. As to their result and conclusion, they say, truly, good Christian reader, we never thought from the beginning that we should need to make a new translation, nor yet to make of a bad one, in the literary sense, a good one, but to make a good one better, or out of many good ones, one principal good one, not justly to be accepted against. That hath been our endeavor, that hath been our mark. Many other things we might give thee warning of, gentle reader, if we have not exceeded the measure of a preface already. Ye are brought unto fountains of living water, which ye dig not. Do not cast earth into them with the Philistines, neither prefer broken pits, nor tread under foot so precious things, neither yet with Esau sell your birthright for a mess of pottage. When one disparages a passage in the Authorized Version, it is correct to ask them, how long did you look at that passage before you were prepared to surrender it? My third main...
So really good points, and I'm just letting him speak because the vast majority of stuff that he's saying I'm in complete agreement with. And the thing is too, he's doing a King James debate. Okay, it's the 400th anniversary of the King James, so he's doing a debate on this particular topic. So notice that he's sticking to that type of topic. He's talking about an overarching theme of, you know, the King James, it's a standard, translators did a good job, it's still being used, and he admits there are some words that are hard to understand because it's a 400-year-old book, and he's very clear on that in this debate. And so he's sticking to the debate topic, where James White, he goes straight into the weeds and starts talking about like these fine little details and trying to trip up Jack Moorman on these details, as we'll see.
Point. Mount impassable. Mount.
Okay, so this is his main point that he wants to bring across, the Mount impassable. Listen to this.
Impassable. I propose that there is a huge Mount impassable difference between the Greek text that underlies the authorized version and that which underlies the modern versions. The authorized version text first. I have a copy of it right here. That text first. This text represents the vast majority of the 5,500 Greek manuscripts that we now have. Most of these Greek manuscripts are obviously very much used. This text has 2,900 more words. This text is doctrinally fuller. This text is cohesive. And yet amongst the...
Now, I think one thing, when I first watched this back in the day, I was like, what's he mean by cohesive? You know, and I use that term a lot too. Cohesive meaning that they're in agreement. If you go to a pile of Byzantine manuscripts and grab, you know, Matthew 7 and from one and Matthew 7 from the other, they're pretty much in agreement. You know, there might be a few little variants here and there, which you would see in any handwritten document, but not like if you get Vaticanus and even Vaticanus and Sinaiticus and put them together. There's so many differences. But let alone if you compare them to the rest, if you compare them to the Byzantine text, there's so many problems. And so that's what he means by cohesive. So sometimes Jack Moorman's speaking in like, you know, he's an older guy here. He's speaking in older terms. And I think he was a British guy that spent a lot of time in South Africa. And so anyway, some of the way that he might talk might be old school to us. And it can take a while for your head to sort of get into that space. And so let me just rewind that, because it's sort of like three things he said in a row that I think can just go over people's heads. Like the cohesive thing, it's like they are cohesive. It's like, oh, what do you actually mean by cohesive? You know, well, it means they're in agreement. And so let's just go back.
Text is doctrinally fuller.
Okay, so he's saying, well, I'll go back a little bit further.
This has 20 very much used.
So listen to this.
This text has 2,900 more words.
The Textus Receptus has 2,900 more words, Greek words, than the Westcott and Hort text. So the Westcott and Hort has 2,900 less words. Oh, whoops. That wasn't a good thing to happen. Where did we go?
Had to meet Palestinian Christian.
Where were we here?
Here's the problem.
Okay, I'm going to have to find that spot again. Sorry about that.
Or 50 other manuscripts must be answered. Individual witnesses, copy of it right here, nor tread underfoot so precious things, neither yet with Esau or tread with the first impassable.
Okay.
Mount is the authorized version. That text first. This text represents.
Okay, sorry guys, I lost my spot. I'm going to have to quickly go back to the video and see what the timestamp was. 13-minute mark. Okay. Oh, that's good. We're pretty much there. So I was on about 13.
Is a passage in the authorized version. It is correct to ask them, how long did you look at that passage before you were prepared to surrender it? My third main point, Mount Impassable. Mount Impassable. I propose that there is a huge Mount Impassable difference between the Greek text that underlies the authorized version and that which underlies the modern versions. The authorized version text first. I have a copy of it right here. That text first. This text represents the vast majority of the 5,500 Greek manuscripts that we now have. Most of these Greek manuscripts are obviously very much used. This text has 2,900 more words.
Okay, found my spot.
This text is doctrinally fuller.
And when he's saying doctrinally fuller, because Unitarians worked on Westcott and Hort text, a lot of the Trinitarian verses are weakened or completely deleted.
This text is cohesive.
So being cohesive, like I was saying, that they are in agreement. So Westcott and Hort's Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, the two manuscripts they go with, they don't agree with each other, let alone anything else. They're like standalone. Like I liken it to like Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're so different, but it's like, oh, they're twins. Like remember that movie in the 80s or whatever. But let alone they're not in agreement with everyone else. Like if you look at Arnold Schwarzenegger, you look at Danny DeVito, they're not like normal. You can spot them in a crowd and go, oh, there's Arnie, or there's Danny DeVito. Like they're abnormal. And so these Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are abnormal. They're like Codex Beza, named after Theodore Beza. When he donated that, I think it was in 1581 to the Cambridge Library. He said that this is a curiosity of history, but it's not really to be something that's taken too seriously because it's so bad, But Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are of that type of thing as well. But now they're instead of being at the bottom of the barrel, now they're put at the top. So what used to be at the very bottom of the barrel is now at the top of the barrel, and that's what we're translating from. And so,
and yet amongst the manuscripts that support this text, there is just enough difference to let you know that they are not lateral copies or reproductions of each other.
So that's a very good point, is that these Byzantine texts, there's enough difference to go, well, that was for 200 years, that was sitting at Mount Athos, and this other one for 500 years was sitting, down the road in, modern day Turkey, whatever it's called now, in Asia Minor or whatever, Thessaloniki, or in Rome or whatever. And so these manuscripts, there's enough difference in them to go, yeah, there's like you would see naturally in any handwritten thing. Like historically, when you go through, Homer, when you go through other works that people are compiling and trying to find, the original readings, you can see enough difference. You're like, that was, over in, this particular location in Paris, they had this edition, and this other place they had this other edition, and so there's enough difference to show that it was an organic type of thing, where Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are really bad manuscripts and have opposition to each other, let alone everything else. And so that they weren't copied. That it's like if you get Sinaiticus, it's like a standalone manuscript. There's really nothing like it. It's the same with Vaticanus. So they're usually ignored. But now it's like, they're the oldest, they're the best. Let's go with that, So,
but they are each individual witnesses representing long lines of transmission into the past. If you were to ask how many are a copy of each other, probably less than 10. Kersop Lakes
Now, I'm pretty sure it's Pickering. He goes with the Family 35 manuscripts. I'm not sure how many are in that. And I don't think the information's really changed since 2011. So he's saying there's probably about 10. Now, Jack Moorman would know all about this. He wrote a book called When the King James, or When the Textus Receptus Departs from the Majority Text. So he would have had to have known about the majority text to have done that type of research. And so, yeah, he's saying that. Said
regarding those that he looked at, almost all are orphan children. We've got nearly 5,500 manuscripts of the type that underlie the authorized version. They're all independent witnesses, not copies of each other. And this text, and let me also add, Gordon Fee asks, he says, but the question still must be answered. How does one account for its dominance and general uniformity? How did the Byzantine text, and that is what one of the names for this text, how did it become dominant?
And so when he's saying it's the Byzantine text, it's a little bit simplistic, but in a debate arena like this, people who are in the know what you're talking about. Like if I was to be in a debate circle and Dwayne Green was there, James Snapp was there, James White was there, we would use that type of terminology and say, well, okay, this is basically the Byzantine text, but tidied up. And so when people go with the majority text, which is actually a microcosm of the majority text, because they haven't compiled all the manuscripts yet, or they haven't collated them all and looked at all the readings. They've done that with a few, and they've gone, oh, this is the majority. If like that's labeled Byzantine now, but this was labeled Byzantine in the past because there's certain readings there, but sometimes there are minority Byzantine readings. So this is the difference between the majority and minority. And so this is muddying the waters as well, because some King James people think, oh, well, it has to be a majority reading to be a King James reading. And so sometimes it's not, like the 1 John 5:7. So they go, oh, let's reject that then. And they don't know what to do with it, where it's not actually counting heads. It's actually the reading that makes most sense. It's the reading that was used by the early church. So you've got to look at the early church writings and find out what were they using then. So say something like the Comma Johanneum, you're looking at internal consistency, grammatical argumentation. Why is there a solecism there? Solecism is a Greek grammatical error. Why is there a solecism in verse 8? Where if you have verse 7 there, there's no issue, there's no problem. And also, why in the Latin is 90% of the Latin have it. So oftentimes in Byzantine priority majority text type of circles, they're not even looking at other translations. They're not looking at Latin at all. But the thing is, Latin became as popular as English is now. So of course, that has a lot of weight in the early church. When lots of people are speaking Latin, what are they? And they're all quoting the Comma Johanneum. Obviously, it existed, but they, in certain parts of the world where Arianism had crept in, things dropped out of Greek, some of the Greek manuscripts. Obviously, Arianism, I personally think that a lot of the Muslims stem from Arian concepts. Basically, Arianism was the puppy feet of Islam. And so these people were radical, and they would kill you for your beliefs. And that sort of eventually molded into something else. And it's all around that same type of area. But anyway, let's just keep going through.
And this text spread widely.
And this is the man impossible thing that he's talking about. How did this text get everywhere? And this is usually the embarrassment of riches argument that Wallace uses, or James White, or Wes Huff, or whoever. They're like, how can the Bible spread everywhere? No one had one complete control over it, sort of thing, because it just spread everywhere so quickly. When they're saying that, they're talking about the Byzantine text, not their critical text. Their critical text is not spread everywhere. And so this is the man impossible thing. And they use it as their apologetic. They stand there and say, hey, we have an embarrassment of riches. But when you look closely, they don't. They don't. Christianity does in a vague way. But when you get into the details, they're like, oh, we're talking about their Bible, not ours. Ours is Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. Sinaiticus, no one even knew it existed until like 150 years ago, probably 170 years ago now. And Vaticanus was in the Vatican Library. Erasmus looked at it and went, nah. A bunch of others looked at it and went, nah. It's probably a back translation from a Latin document. They didn't appreciate it. They didn't, like, you know what I mean? But it's not copied. It's not widely spread. It's just these weird things sitting on the shelf. And they have to use the Byzantine argumentation for their apologetic. Oh, the embarrassment of riches. But then when you look closely and you ask about the details, they're like, well, we actually are sort of lying. And this is the man impossible. But amazingly, this has become their main apologetic for atheists and other people. And James White will say, you have no apologetic in the real world against Muslims and against atheists and Catholics and all the rest of it. It's like, no, ours is the only one that works. What are you really going to say if you're honest? Well, the real texts, one was in the Vatican Library and pretty much like it was looked at, but sort of ignored for years and years and years and years and years. And Erasmus said it's probably a back translation from a Latin document. The other one we didn't even know existed until 1844. And it's like, where have these things been throughout history? And they're so different from each other. One's Arnold Schwarzenegger, one's Danny DeVito. So, but apparently they came from the same time period. Oh, well, these are original. You just got to smash them together. You got Unitarians involved to tell you which verses to chop in and chop out. And it's like that's not fitting in with their apologetic of it just spread everywhere, is it? It's what spread everywhere. The text that they say is the wrong text. But they don't want to tell you those little facts because that would make them wrong. That would make them sound like Jehovah's Witnesses who think that Christianity faded away for like 1,500 years. Well, they think the Bible went away for 1,500 years.
The second text, our modern version text, which underlies most of the modern Bibles. The modern version text. This text is represented by two very, very old manuscripts, Codex Vaticanus and Codex Sinaiticus, dating from about the year 360.
So he's giving the benefit of the doubt and saying these are genuine. That's the genuine dating of them. I will believe those dates when they're chemically tested, when people actually date the ink. It's amazing that hasn't been done. I mean, there's so many art forgeries and things like that in the world, but people just don't want to test these. The critical text guys, I think that they stay up at night thinking, well, imagine if they tested it and it was wrong. That their whole career is gone. The Bible industrial complex is ruined. And so it's a bit like sometimes you get suppressed technology. I remember there was this story about this guy who he invented this spinning wheel on a plane because he saw when the planes landed, all this smoke rising up from the tires. So he invented this thing, and it's probably in now. This is like back in the 80s. And it was spinning so fast that when you hit the ground, it didn't smoke. So someone bought that patent and basically scrapped it. And who bought it? It was a tire company, because they want these tires to smoke. They're not interested in saving tires, you know what I mean? And so sometimes it's not in the best interest for the British Museum to go, let's test Sinaiticus, or for the Vatican to go, let's chemically test Vaticanus, because if they're proven fakes, that they lose millions of dollars. There's so many people on staff who would just, their job would be redundant immediately. There would be people who over the last 50 years, 100 years, who their whole career is based on this. And all their book sales will just be gone. You know, why don't they test it? It should increase the faith. It should be like, hey, atheists, we tested it, and look, they came back. This one's 350, this one's 360 or whatever. I think what would happen if they actually, this is my guess, and that it's a faith statement by saying it's 350. Because, I mean, you and me, if someone put a manuscript in front of us and said how old it is, we wouldn't know. If you put it in front of experts, all the Museum of the Bible Dead Sea Scrolls were tested in 2020 and proven to be forgeries, modern day forgeries. So Museum of the Bible tested them. They bought a bunch of Dead Sea Scrolls. They're all fake. Archaic mark, 2013, proven to have Prussian blue ink in it, forgery. Modern day forgery. Imagine if these two are proven to be forgeries. Well, Bible industrial complex, billion-dollar industry goes down like a lead balloon. And what do you have left? Oh, the King James is correct. You know what I mean? But how flimsy is this evidence? It's sort of like, well, if you could prove your evolution true or false or whatever just by chemically testing something, go and do it. Why don't they do this? I think people are afraid to do it. There's too much involved, too much money. Let's continue.
It's also supported by not many more than 40 or 50 other manuscripts. This text has 2,900 fewer words. This text is less doctrinally distinct or full. This text is not cohesive. Klaus Wachtel and Barbara Allen of the Munster Institute, the primary architects of this text, say the papyri and majuscules, i.e. this type of text, are for the most part individual witnesses despite sharing general tendencies on the form of their text. They go on. They differ so widely from one another that it is impossible to establish any direct genealogical ties among them. This text did not spread widely. It's mainly an Egyptian text, mainly an Alexandrian type text. Bruce Metzger lists 25 heretical groups and documents that came from Alexandria. It was not a good place to get a Bible. This is the fundamental Mount Impassable issue that we face. Almost all manuscripts, cohesive, doctrinally distinct, spread widely against a small number of manuscripts, not cohesive, not so doctrinally distinct, did not spread widely. This is Mount Impassable for our friends, and many friends indeed.
So basically the Mount Impassable thing, remember this, when he says, okay, James White, you haven't answered Mount Impassable, how did this text get everywhere? How did it become widespread? How come there's so many of them? Yeah, so he's basically saying that the critical text is sort of like nowhere. There's a tiny little splattering of it here and there, but that apologetic that most of these critical text guys use, it doesn't work for their text, and so that's his Mount Impassable that he's saying is an issue. And he also brings up one of the other parts of Mount Impassable is that how come when the manuscripts went from basically capital letters to small letters, all of those were Byzantine, and they weren't critical text ones. So throughout history, we've had certain different technologies. Say at the age of printing, you know, with Erasmus and Stephanus Beza, King James guys, they've gravitated all towards the Byzantine text because The other text is just simply not around. It's Vaticanus sitting in a library. That's it. They're looking at it going, that's weird. And so just like they looked at Codex Beza, and they're going, that's weird. So it's not used. It's not utilized. They're looking at it. They're doing their due diligence to check these things out, but they're rejecting it. And so when it came from capital letters to small letters, that was a different type of technology. They were Byzantine. It's the same text. And so throughout history, we see the church gravitating toward the Byzantine text.
Who use the modern Bibles. I feel this must be addressed. My fourth point, truth speaks first. Truth speaks first. Beginning with the inspiration of the autographs in each of the major epochs of how the Bible came down to us, from inspiration to our having it in our hands today, a number of important epochs, and in each of these, truth spoke first. Dissent, division, debate, corruption would follow, but in each major epoch, truth would have the first voice. I'll give you 3 examples. In the 850s, there was a changeover from the large lettered unsealed text to the small lettered minuscule text. Virtually every manuscript that went through that change was of the type that underlies our authorized version. Again, Barbara Allen and Klaus Wachtel at the Munster Institute say, they're at a loss to explain this. They say, although transferring other ancient Greek literature into the new script involved a work of criticism, this was not the case for the New Testament, at least in the sense that no attempt was made to base the newer manuscripts on the oldest available text, i.e., this kind of text. This was not an accident of history. We see the hand of God in this. A second point. In the initial printing of the Greek New Testament during the early 1500s, it does not seem to have occurred to any of those so involved to set type for any other type of text than that which underlies the authorized version. There was no debate, there was no dissent. Other manuscripts were known. They left them where they lay, but nothing approaching an Aleph B, Vaticanus Sinaiticus type of text made it within sight of the newly established publishing houses in Europe.
And that's the thing. If you get James White in a time machine and bring him back to the middle of the Reformation, just say it's 1540, and it's like, okay, James, where's your Bible? Oh, we have to go to the Vatican and get Vaticanus. It's like, well, surely it's somewhere else. Well, not really. That they don't have a Bible then. There's only really Textus Receptus type manuscripts, Byzantine type manuscripts that they reject. They don't have a Bible in that time period. It's not around. It's not until Ruckman, what's that, 1830s, 1840s, that they actually print a Bible that is not a TR-based Bible. And so you're looking at years and years and years. So the whole thing about the Reformation, they've got the wrong Bible. You know, James White's like, it's the wrong Bible. It's silly. We should go with the science and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, where was your Bible for all that period of time? And so not only that, okay, let's go before that. Who was using this type of Bible that James White uses in, say, like 1200 or 800? Or, you know, it's just not in existence. this just amazes me. And you'll get people like Mark Ward and others that they mock, there's so many different editions of the Texti Recepti and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, hey, at least we had horses in the race. You don't even have a horse in the race until like 1830. And even then, it's just like some academic thing. It's not until Westcott and Hort that it's really popularized and all the rest of it. But like, where's your text? It's not there. It's easy to be an armchair critic and look at, you're sitting there, fat and overweight, drinking a Coke and watching football and saying, hey, that they shouldn't pass the ball like that, or they shouldn't do this. And it's like, hang on, go and play the game yourself, and then you can be a true critic. And this is the thing, they haven't had a text in the Reformation. Their Vaticanus is just sitting on the shelf. And it's rejected. They're like, this is weird. It's rejected like Codex Beza is rejected. Now, even James White would reject Codex Beza. I reject it. Most people reject it. Why don't they do the same with Vaticanus? Because Bible industrial complex. It's money to be made.
Dissent, opposition would follow, but this text had the first word. A third point. Some accuse Erasmus of haste in getting out his 1516 edition to the printer. He did get in a bit of a hurry. He did make a few mistakes, but I'm glad he got in a hurry. Just in time for a monk with a piece of paper, nailing it to the door of a church in Wittenberg, Germany, Martin Luther would take Erasmus's text, translate it into German. The rest is history. Not an accident of history. We see the hand of God in this. My fifth point.
2 minutes to go.
My fifth point. Would it matter? Would it matter if you've got 2,900 fewer words in your New Testament? That's about the number of words in 1st and 2nd Peter scattered through the New Testament. Would it matter if you've got a total of 8,000 other differences? Some say, you could get all of the differences on one single sheet of paper. Indeed, you could, if you write small enough and if the sheet of paper is big enough. 8,000 differences. We've got them all listed here. Would it matter if doctrines are not so clearly stated, or if key doctrinal verses are missing? We've got here 356 doctrinal passages in the Authorized Version, generally missing in the modern version. We have checked these against the entire strata of manuscript evidence, against the Greek, against the early version, against the fathers. There was indeed a battle for the doctrinal heart of Scripture. When the living word went to heaven, Satan turned all of his guns upon the written word, but there was also a winner. And so would it matter if doctrine is missing? Would it matter if the New American Standard Version has the name a name of Christ 214 fewer times? The New International Version 176 times. Would it matter if 85 times the name Jesus is disassociated from a term of deity?
Thank you, Jack.
So as you can see, Jack Moorman did really well. I mean, he was eloquent. He's written books on this. So Franco says, what book did he lift up? So that's Jack Moorman's own book. He has written books like When the Textus Receptus Departs from the Majority Text, If you just type in Jack Moorman, usually his books will come up. And so I'm just going to put my timer on here. I'm going to go and get myself a drink. And so I've got a 3-minute timer. If anyone else has to zip off and do anything, I'll be back in 3 minutes. I'll put some music on too. I think last time we put on, what have we got? Acoustic or Interspace. What about that one? Night driving. There we go. Night driving. And I'll play this. Okay, well, that was the most exciting thing that's happened all day. And so, yeah, that was an excellent presentation. So let's get into James White's rebuttal. So I think we've got time to go through that. Maybe we can sort of get halfway through here, but usually as soon as James White opens his mouth, I have to go, no, that's wrong. And then 3 seconds later, no, that's wrong as well. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. And so let's see how far we can go.
Very much indeed. I think it's always the case that when one person puts their argument forward, you think, yeah, oh, absolutely. I think it's your turn, James, to begin to share what you would feel and where you would answer, I'm sure, some of those points. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. It is an honor to be with you all here in London this evening. A couple of years ago, I had the opportunity of debating Dr. Bart Ehrman, who is considered to be one of the leading critics of New Testament Christianity in the world today. And Dr. Ehrman has a very odd view. He believes that if there was, in fact, an inspiration of Scripture, that God would make sure that there would be absolutely no textual variants that would ever appear in any manuscript of that written Scripture. And therefore, he rejects the Bible as the Word of God because there are differences between every manuscript. Every single Greek manuscript that we have today varies from every other one because they're handwritten. If I pass something out to you this evening, had everybody in the front row copy it, then the next row copy theirs, and the third row copy theirs, we would have differences as they went back. Even with the lighting we have today, maybe some of you have glasses and LASIK and everything else, we would still have copyist errors even in a modern situation. And so Dr. Ehrman takes the idea that, well, God would keep that from happening, and since he didn't, then there can't really be Scripture. I believe in the inerrancy of Scripture. I defend the inerrancy of Scripture next week here in London.
So notice he's bringing up Bart Ehrman, who's actually a product of the critical text. He's a product of the academy. He is the final student of Bruce Metzger. Now, a lot of what Bart Ehrman was saying back in the early days was not that far detached from what Metzger was saying. Metzger's liberal. Kurt Aland was liberal. These people, they don't hold to inspiration and preservation like we do. And so Bart Ehrman, he's even just parroting those guys you come up with strange and weird concepts. But why on earth would you think that Bart Ehrman is not a product of the textual absurdity? Like, he's just seeing things for what they really are, and he's just pointing it out. Now, I know Bart Ehrman is not exactly honest with a lot of the data, the facts and stats and figures and etc. But some of what he said has just been like, the Bible's, it's got contradictions in it. The Bible, he's talking about the critical text. If I was to turn into a Bart Ehrman right now and become an atheist, I could go to any church that favors the critical text and just point out where there's contradictions in their Bible easily. I mean, it's so easy to do, and half the time that's all. When I'm debating with Muslims, like, James White feels like he's the only one who's ever debated a Muslim. I've debated one particular guy for 8 hours straight. We were up till like 3 a.m. It was just me and him. And most of our conversation was about textual criticism. And I think I thoroughly converted him over to believing that the Bible was indeed accurate. Now, I've been surrounded by, 10 Muslims at a time. And I'm saying to them, if you can show me one mistake in the Bible, I'll become a Muslim right now. And they're on their phone, they're Googling, and they're like, 1 John 5:7, they're saying all this stuff. Half the time they're probably looking up James White's material. And that's how confident I am that the scriptures are easily defended. Because the best that they have is someone like, James White or Dan Wallace and these other guys. And their stuff, after a while, it's just easily refuted. There's not much substance behind what they're saying. Now, James White makes out that Bart Ehrman's on our team. This is something that Wes Huff does as well, and other people. They like to make out this like horseshoe type of argument where you've got the King James guys who just want certainty. They want every word, even if the manuscript evidence and the science and smart people go against that reading. They're just going to stick with it because we got a tradition. And then on the other side, you got someone like Bart Ehrman going, well, God should do it this way. And we're both absurd and we're really close to each other. It's not a horseshoe thing at all. Basically, James White, he said in 2009 on a radio program before he debated Bart Ehrman, there's not much that Bart Ehrman has said in his book that I haven't dealt with in the King James only controversy. So pretty much they're saying very similar things. And if you watch like a Bible presentation by James White, he'll go to a town and he's like, hey, let's look up John chapter 5 verse 3 and 4. Who's got an NIV? Who's got a KJV? And they open it up and it's like in the King James, but it's not in the NIV. And he's like, well, you've got to deal with that sort of thing. But he's like, well, if you hear that in a faith environment, it's good. But if you hear it in a university with someone like a Bart Ehrman or whatever, you'll probably lose your faith. It's like, no, you're pretty much saying exactly the same thing. They're saying that we need to be like Bart Ehrman. We need to doubt the Bible, but not to the point where we get to the place where we are like Bart Ehrman. We need to still keep believing. And it's like, but they're pretty much saying, they're saying very similar things. Now, I know Bart Ehrman from then went on to write a whole bunch of other weird stuff. And I've gone through most of Bart Ehrman's earlier stuff. Once I got to like the book God's Problem, I went through that and I was just like, he just doesn't believe in Satan. That's all. Jesus said he's a murderer and a liar from the beginning, not God, you know. Anyway, he just makes out God did everything wrong. But anyway, so let's just let James continue.
I'm debating a Muslim on the subject of whether Islam has misrepresented Christianity. I have debated people like John Dominic Crossan, one of the co-founders of the Jesus Seminar, on the historical reliability of the Gospels. I believe that the Bible is the Word of God, but I also believe that King James Onlyism removes the best defense we have of the veracity of the text of the New Testament.
Okay, so what is that best defense? And when you listen to the moderator, he's going, amen. Like, you can hear him saying this, and it gets more and more vocal as we go along.
Because it goes backwards. It goes back to a standard that cannot be substantiated, and I need to try to explain to you why that is. Pastor Moorman showed us the Textus Receptus over there. There is not a Greek text in the entire world that reads like the Textus Receptus.
Dong dong. This is an amazing comment, because there's nothing in the world that agrees with the Westcott and Hort text either, because you do something eclectic. So basically you get, you know, lots and lots of manuscripts, and they might have a typo here, and, you know, obviously, I mean, I'm talking about a variant. Someone spelt something, you know, the name John can appear, you know, 3 different spellings of the name John in the same chapter in different ways. So obviously they're going to go with some sort of pattern, some sort of uniformity. And so you wouldn't get anything that is an agreement. But the thing is, he's saying one side. Okay, there's nothing that agrees with the Textus Receptus. Like, exactly. Well, there's nothing that agrees with his either. So what's he actually saying? He's not making a point. He's giving you half the story, which is deception. It's deceptive. This is just how James White operates. You know, it's like, well, yeah, I can't even think of an example off the top of my head because it's so strange and so weird to say this type of thing. But we know from listening to James White's debates that this is the realm that he lives in. He lives in this type of realm of giving a certain statistic, and you're left there going, oh, wow, the Textus Receptus, nothing matches it. Where if you were to even just get Vaticanus and compare it to Westcott and Hort, there's so many differences. And then you get Sinaiticus, compare it to Westcott and Hort, there's so many differences. Put them together, smash them together even, there's so many, but there's so many differences between Vaticanus and Sinaiticus just together, let alone half the time they have to go to the Byzantine text to get the correct location because they both get it wrong. And so Jesus will be going somewhere and say, oh, it's the wrong place. Well, okay, well, we went to the Byzantine and got this correct location because it's pretty dumb that Jesus went here and here and then ended up in this wrong place. But that's how silly and how stupid their manuscripts are. And so for him to say this, it's like, it's so bad. It's I can't express to you how bad this is, because like Jack Moorman said, if you get Byzantine text, if you were to grab, you know, Mark chapter 4 from one pile that's in like 1100 and then get a 1300 manuscript, Mark chapter 4, there's cohesion there. They're usually saying exactly the same thing, but you can tell, oh, that's a bit of a typo. Oh, the writer there, he skipped a line, just a normal type of, any handwritten manus, meaning hand, scriptum, meaning written. Any type of manuscript has this type of problem. And like, you wouldn't get anything in the world that matches like the manuscript. Like, you wouldn't be able to say that of Homer and say, okay, did you know that the Homer that you're reading in your lap today, there's no manuscript in the world that backs up that? It's like people who do research into Homer and text criticism into that would go, of course, there's mistakes in every handwritten document. What are you talking about? And so this type of thing just shows you straight away he's deceiving you. He's trying to deceive me. He's trying to deceive the audience. And he's putting that on the TR. He's not putting it on himself. And the thing is, if you turned everything around, and if he was just completely honest, he would say, we follow two manuscripts, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, smash them together, and we make up this text. Yes, in the Reformation, that text didn't exist. Like, at least be honest. He's just like, nothing matches the Textus Receptus. Well, things come really, really close, and people do textual work on it. That's why Erasmus, Stephanus, and Beza, they went through a lot of this material, and they were doing textual criticism. Now, that's not to say that that's the same as what they're doing today. They were doing textual criticism on the Byzantine text, which is sort of cohesive everywhere. You know what I mean? It's not like you're just going to get some weird thing just completely out of the blue that says something completely different. Like Jack Moorman was saying, they're cohesive. And half the time, if you look in the Nestle Aland 28th edition apparatus, the Byzantine text is just regulated to an M for majority or a BYZ. And that can be like 1,000 manuscripts that say one thing or the other, because they match. where you got all these other ones, standalone ones with all these weird readings, because they don't match, because they're weird. Sorry, just had a bit of a stomach growl there. Okay, let's continue.
Not a single one. In fact, that blue text right there is actually the work of a man named Scrivener, who went back to the King James itself, saw what readings the King James translators used, and created a Greek text that no one had ever seen before Scrivener created that in the 19th century.
So he's saying Scrivener created the Textus Receptus that they have today. Okay. So I can't see my blue bound TR here. It's up there, but if you just read the preface, he says he used the 1598 of Beza. Okay, 1598 is before 1611. Now, he used Beza's text. Now, there were 190 places that Scrivener said he felt like he wanted to amend the text of Beza to show where the King James translators backed up, that they departed from Beza in 190 places. Now, I've gone through quite a lot of those places. As far as I can tell, only 10% of those are translatable. So if you've got, say, 190 or just, roughly 200 places of change, only about 20 are translatable. So the difference between Beza's text and the King James is 20 readings. So you're looking at 99.99% of the time they're following Beza. Between that and 99.98% of the time. Now, the King James translators, they understood Beza did a whole bunch of work. He worked on that text since 1556 with his first edition, his Latin edition, and his annotations. And his fifth edition, the 1598, he had lots of annotations at the bottom of the page talking about all sorts of different places. So the King James translators, when they got Beza's TR, they didn't depart from it like radically, like 20 places is hardly any. when you consider how many words are in the New Testament, they took their hat off to Beza and said, you have done like an A+ job. We are going to go with your text. There's 20 places where we as academics and scholars, we've been watching what you're doing. Where, half the time they were contemporaries with Beza. A lot of the King James translators knew him and would go over to France and visit him and do debates against Catholics and stuff with him. But Beza, he was doing the best that he could. The King James guys, they basically just took their hat off to him and said, we're following your text. It's so good. But there's 20 places, and these are mentioned in the marginal notes. There's 20 places where we feel like you've gone with this reading where we think it should be this other reading. 20. Now, if you've got 60 really good, awesome scholars, of course they're going to have their own opinions. So what they not only did they do an English version, but they actually tied up all the loose ends of the Textus Receptus. So within the King James itself is the final edition of the Textus Receptus. Were these guys qualified to do that? Is someone like, even if any of the King James translators did their own Textus Receptus edition, it would have been accepted. If Lancelot Andrews did it, you go, well, it's the Andrews edition, or the Henry Saville. It's the Saville. He used to teach Queen Elizabeth Greek. He knew his stuff. And half the time they're like the head of Oxford University. The language department. That these guys know their stuff so well, and so that any one of them could have done their own edition, but if they were to bring out an edition like Beza and with these 20 different places, it's almost plagiarism, isn't it? With something as big as the New Testament, to come out with like 20 changes. That's hardly anything. And so you're looking at, I think I worked it out, it was like one change every 10 chapters. And that can just be like one letter or a word, and sometimes it's like 2 words. And so, but then if you look at Beza in the marginal notes, he's speaking about these things as well. So sometimes he's looking for more information and all the rest of it as well. So the King James translators, they finalize the Textus Receptus, finalize the Masoretic text, and finalize the English translation of them. So that's why the King James is so important. It's not just an accurate translation. It is the finalization. But when you compare that to 20 changes, it's almost nothing. You know what I mean? And so James White makes out that Scrivener basically got the King James 1611 and went, okay, the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Okay, let's translate that back into Greek, and just went back into Greek. All Scrivener did was create the text that the King James translators never got around to printing, or they weren't commissioned to print it. Now, had the King James guys gone, okay, well, we've got Beza's text here, let's just show where these 20 changes are, and printed their own edition, it would have shut the mouths of people like James White. But it's like, they've already got Beza's text. 20 changes is almost nothing. It would be plagiarism almost to do that. So they've just gone, well, let's just do the English. People will figure out where we've made a change, and they have. And then later on, Scrivener's like, well, it doesn't match exactly to Beza, so I'm going to do the work. So 250 years later, he works on it. He has a whole bunch of other changes, which are like to do with phonetics, a rough breathing or a smooth breathing. But the thing is, if you have even say the name Beelzebub, that was the common way that people said it in England at the time. Now, the underlying Greek is Beelzebul. Okay, so should we have Beelzebub there? No, just have Beelzebul. The English people say Beelzebub. So that's one of his changes, but he only changes it once. There's 4 other places he doesn't change it, which is weird. And so Scrivener actually worked with Westcott and Hort on their text, okay, and they wanted to show where there was a departure from the Textus Receptus to their text. Now, people knew that if you just went with the text of Beza and then you just looked at the King James, you would see these other, handful of tiny places where they went with a different reading. Like, so one example would be in John chapter 8, verse 6, where it says, as though he heard them not. Now, it's two Greek words. It comes out as though he heard them not. It's in the Complutensian Polyglot Bible. The King James guys felt like it should have been in there. There's a textual debate all the way from the Complutensian all the way till 1611, and these guys knew their stuff, and they were able to go, yeah, we think that should be in there. Beza has it in his annotations, so it is in his edition, but not in the main text. So everyone knows about this issue, and but years later, here we have James White saying that the Scrivener text is just a back translation, like making out like it's. And then he makes the claim again, there's no manuscript in the world that reads like that. It's like, well, there's no manuscript in the world that reads like the NA 28 or the 27 or the 26 or the 20, like none of his editions. And the thing is, even his two manuscripts that back up the Nestle text, they're not even close to what is read there, because you have to smash Vaticanus and Sinaiticus together. Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger, you have to smash them together to create this Frankenstein monster of his. There's nothing that is like that text. It's a new text. And so he's just demonizing. I mean, Jack Moorman must just be there going, man, this guy is just unhinged, But anyway, let's continue.
There are over 1,800 differences between that text and what's called the majority or Byzantine text. Even though Pastor Moorman said that it was the Byzantine text, there are over 1,800 differences between them.
And so Jack Moorman wrote a book, When the Textus Receptus Departs from the Byzantine Text. He wrote a whole book on it. So James White, what he does, because when you say a vague thing in a debate like, okay, it's the Byzantine text, the Textus Receptus, all the readings are found in Byzantine texts. Okay. Erasmus, he didn't use like Alexandrian type texts of Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, because Sinaiticus wasn't around. He wasn't using those. So he looked at them but rejected them, or looked at it, Vaticanus, and rejected it. So what else was he getting his Byzantine, or what else was he getting his Greek readings from? Because he clearly used manuscripts for all of his readings. Even the Communihennium in the popular Latin was in 90% of all the manuscripts. So if you go to a Latin tradition, it's the Communihennium's there. It's hugely there, but it's not in the Greek. And people have good argumentation for this. Arianism had crept in, and this was taken out, because you can see it's taken out because the grammar in verse 8 is it acts like verse 7 is there. So if you put verse 7 there, there's no problem. If you don't have it there, there's a solecism, there's a grammatical issue there. And so James White, by going to the majority text. So the majority text is a printed text. Hodges and Farstead, they've printed the majority text back in the 1980s. So these were guys who did the New King James Version. So it's not actually the majority. So when people say, oh, we've got 5,800 manuscripts or 5,300 or whatever, when they say, oh, I go with the majority text, they're not saying they go with all of those or they've checked all of those. They're saying they're going with von Sodden's collection, which is about 300 to 400 manuscripts. And they're looking at that and they're making their textual decisions from that. So it's actually a minority of the majority. And they call it the majority text. Okay. Now, it's a sleight of hand. It's a bait and switch. Okay. So James White's like, see, the majority text, don't you hear King James people say the text is based on the Byzantine text? It's based on the majority text. Well, all that type of language is older language. So back in Westcott and Hort's day, because they only use like 2 manuscripts and a smattering of Alexandrinus and a few others, but basically Vaticanus and Sinaiticus all the way through, except for Revelation, they needed Alexandrinus for some of the readings. Basically, they've got a minority text, don't they? So what would you call the majority text? Would be the rest of it, Byzantine type of things. So that's the majority. So the term Textus Receptus, that was synonymous with the word majority text, okay? Fast forward it like 100 years and someone prints something called the majority text. And James White's like, see, it doesn't match up with this printed edition called the majority text. And it's like, yeah, that's because it used to be named this. It's like the word Catholic, you know what I mean? Like some people are like, oh, I'm part of the Catholic Church or the Catholic epistles, and you sort of like Roman Catholic, you know. A word has baggage, a word has definition. And sometimes it can mean several things at once. Sometimes it's got so much baggage you can't use it again. Okay, like if I was to say, hey, Black Lives Matter, you're like, is this guy a communist? You sort of thing, you know what I mean? It's like, well, it carries weight. The terms that you use, it depends on its usage. If people are using it in a negative way or with baggage or all the rest of it, like here in Australia, the Liberal Party is the Conservative Party. Well, they used to be. Now they're all woke, you know. But it used to be the Conservative Party. So when we'd say, I voted for the Liberal Party, people in America would be like, why would you vote for liberals? But that's sort of like the Republicans, you know what I mean? And so words have weight. So majority text, James White's making out that, and unfortunately what's happened is some TR defenders have gone, well, Textus Receptus is based on the majority text, which is kind of true, but it's semantics. So James White uses those type of confusing areas and goes, there's 1,800 places where the Textus Receptus departs from the majority text. And so people think, oh, I thought it was based on the majority text. So Jack Moorman's saying, well, this is basically like the Byzantine text, the traditional text sort of thing. And in a roundabout way, because to debate on the King James issue, where he's sort of now bringing out this majority text thing and saying the Textus Receptus is not based on the majority text, but he's talking about the majority text printed in the 1980s. It's a deception. And he purposely does this. He brings this number out, the 1800 issue, and they talk about this. And a lot of people don't know where to go with that. But I remember studying into this and I was like, man, this is just dishonesty. It's like if I did a bunch of sermons in the 1980s that were called, the message. And I was like, the message is what we really need. We need the message. The message is what's important. We need to go to church and we need to tell everyone about the message. And I'm talking about the message of Jesus and the cross and resurrection and all the rest of it. Now, if someone was to say, oh, Nick was talking about the Message Bible that came out in the 90s, that's anachronistic, isn't it? And so people saying the majority text is the Textus Receptus, that used to be a definition for it. It used to be called the Greek Vulgate as well. There were many words for the Textus Receptus. But so what these guys have done, they're just confusing things just to sort of get you off balance a little bit here, off balance a little bit there. But when you look at it, he doesn't want to talk about his text. What is his text? It's 2 manuscripts, maybe Alexandrinus for a bit of revelation and a few little weird readings here and there. But at the end of the day, if you were to get any Byzantine text and compare it with the Textus Receptus, it's going to be pretty close. And he's like, well, there's 1,800 differences. And that's coming from people like Hodges and Fasted who've created their own Greek text. Okay, so they got their own Greek text called the majority text. So you can see the sleight of hand. Earlier, 100 years earlier, the Textus Receptus is called the majority text. Fast forward to the 1980s. Oh, let's print something called the majority text. And James White's like, well, the King James departs from that 1800 times. So it's not based on the majority text, is it? And it's like, there's some sort of semantic gymnastics going on there. I think James White's tricking me again. And sure enough, he is. He's just trying to befuddle you with useless, redundant information that just means nothing.
In fact, this evening, I brought with me, we heard of Erasmus. This is a photocopy of Erasmus's third edition. There are 5 editions that Erasmus produced between 1516 and 1535. Very, very important. Luther did use the first edition and discovered that poenitentiam agate, do penance, was very different than metanoiate, which means to repent. Very, very important. Yes, God was definitely involved with that. But then in 1550, Stephanus produced this text, and this isn't a photocopy. This is a 1550. This book is 461 years old.
And so you can see the showmanship. Like, have a look at this. I've got this. If only he actually read it or could read it, and knew what it was saying and knew the textual arguments behind it, where he's just got no interest in that except to just demonize it and just make up stuff.
This is the Stephanus 1550 Greek text, which was the Textus Receptus, the received text of its day. This, along with all the editions of Erasmus and Beza's work, were the texts that were used by the King James translators. This very one may have been used by the King James translators, for all we know. They did not use manuscripts. They used printed editions.
Notice this statement. It's like a bumper sticker statement. They didn't use manuscripts. They used printed editions. Okay. But what type of scholar would they be if they never looked at manuscripts or thought about manuscripts? How could they actually do 20 emendations to the text of Beza without knowing about manuscripts? These guys knew about manuscripts. They were Europe's best scholars. If they didn't know about these manuscripts, who did then? Was there some other group of people who were like, oh no, we're the manuscript guys. You guys aren't, because James White in the future says you're not, so you're not allowed to be. No, that they knew about these manuscripts. And it's what James White says. He says this basically so you're trapped in his little cage. You can't get out of that. You have to only go to the printed editions. You can't go to, manuscript evidence. You can't go look at Latin. You can't look at anything else. You just got to stick with these printed editions because James White says that's all they went with. But that's not all they went with.
They knew there were other manuscripts. No one at that time knew anything about Byzantine text types or Alexandrian text types. They did not make a decision to reject. Or basically some of the papyri are like, oh, that's Alexandrian because it's got a reading that might match up with Vaticanus. This is like a scrap of paper. It's like, oh, that's Byzantine. But there have been quite a lot of manuscripts that have been labeled as, Alexandrian, or I think I said Byzantine before I meant Alexandrian. There have been manuscripts that have been labeled Alexandrian, like say Papyrus 1, but when Herman Hoskier looked at it, he's like, it's actually not Alexandrian. It's more Byzantine than anything. And so it just depends on who's looking at it. If you've got a bunch of friends of Westcott and Hort who are in favor of a Byzantine finding or something like that, well, they deem it as a Byzantine finding. And the thing is, too, it's like they've separated all these things into families: Byzantine, Alexandrian, Western, and Caesarean. Now, the Caesarean one is just completely disappeared. No, I don't think anyone has really thought about that much. So there's really only 3. And basically, you've got the Byzantine, Alexandria. Western is sort of like Codex Beza sort of thing, which is rejected. So really, you've only got 2.
And then what do you have in it? Mostly Vaticanus and Sinaiticus against the rest. And so it's just they're making up these families. So it's a bit like having, all of Africa and India, and let's just call them the third world against, Louisiana or something. Yeah, just one place, with a small population. But now you've got 3 different voting places, and it's like, no, the majority Byzantine, that's pretty much everything. You're looking at 99% of everything. Then they have this other family as if you've got voting rights, like, well, the Alexandrian texts say this, and it's like, well, it might be 1 manuscript or 3 manuscripts or 5 or whatever, but it's not 1,000. Like, say with the last 12 verses of Mark, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus don't have 12 verses there. Everything else does. So if you were to look at, there's 1,654 manuscripts that have the last 12 verses of Mark there. James White throws all of them out and says, no, we go with these 2 manuscripts. Well, the Alexandrian ones, manuscripts, and oftentimes you'll see this in Bible footnotes as well. It says manuscripts say this in, the ancient and best manuscripts say this, and it's like, it's deceptive. Just be honest and say 2 manuscripts against 1,654.
Anything. In fact, Erasmus himself wrote to his friend Bombasius in Rome when he was in the controversy about 1 John 5:7. He asked his friend whether the Vatican manuscript contained the Comma Johanneum. Erasmus would have loved to have used that manuscript.
Would have loved to have used that manuscript, Vaticanus. So this is the amazing thing. There's a lot of stories about Vaticanus, but when Erasmus was in Rome, like, he used to live with Bombasius, okay? And so when he was in, I think it was Bologna, which is near Venice, and he lived with Paulos Bombasius. Now, later on, he was to be the curator for the Vatican Library. Now, when Erasmus went to the Vatican Library, do you think he looked at Vaticanus? Or do you think there was just like some sort of green gas there that he went into the room and just smelt it and just went like, Batman and Robin or something, and fell on the floor? Because James White says that he never saw Vaticanus. But amazingly, he knew of it. Amazingly, he wrote to Bombasius and Sepulveda about this, and he got 365 readings. And then in his 1535, he said that Vaticanus was most probably a back translation from a Latin document. So he rejected Vaticanus. Oh, he would have loved to have had that. Really? Well, he checked it out and he rejected it, James. So you're actually going against what really happened. And he's one of his good friends. He can go and look at it at any time. He can write to him and say, hey, and then it's not like one's in China and the other one's in America. They're in Europe. They're able to write and talk, and, he's able to get readings, and they're important people. They're not poor, that they're able to go express post, 5 days and the message will be to him, sort of thing. And they're able to correspond like this. And he rejected that. He clearly says he's 1535. It's probably a back translation from a Latin document. So James White's just making up stories. Oh, he'd love to have that document. No, he rejected it and said it was trash. A back translation from a Latin document.
The idea that they somehow chose not to because they knew about the text types, there's just no way of substantiating that from the historical sources at all. These are the sources that King James translators used. Now, the other text over there, the Nestor-Aland text, now has far earlier manuscripts. Erasmus only had about half dozen to a dozen manuscripts to work with.
Notice, half dozen to a dozen. Now, James White used to only say 6 manuscripts, okay? Then in this debate, he's like, okay, half dozen to a dozen. Now, I've heard him say he had access to 20 manuscripts. I was watching a Dan Wallace thing on the Textus Receptus and Erasmus yesterday, and he said that he had up on the screen, Erasmus only had access to 8 manuscripts. So do you think they know what they're talking about? If you get these numbers wrong so many times, like if I said, okay, well, Bob's had 6 wives, well, between 6 and 12 wives, or maybe 20 wives, like you go, hang on, that's a pretty big thing that you're claiming. They're just pulling these numbers out of the air. Where is the facts? Who are they parroting? And half the time, James White can just be his own authority on this. And Wes Huff and Stephen Boyce, they'll go, oh, James White said it. It must be true. And even like Stephen Boyce, I think he had the number of like between 7 and 10 manuscripts or something weird. It was like, where are you coming from with that? And so, anyway.
The earliest one was around 1000 AD. Folks, remember something about church history. So
amazingly, James White goes, Vaticanus. Oh, he would have loved to have had access to Vaticanus. Well, didn't he? Through Paulus Bombasius, through Sepultiva. And he probably saw it in the Vatican Library as well, but that's just like a taboo thing. It's like, no, you can never say that. It's like, well, why not? Why would he go to a library under no duress? He's there to learn, to look at manuscripts. Wouldn't he have seen that or thought about it? Anyway, it's just one of those things where people just go, well, James White said this story. Critical text guys say he never saw the manuscript, so let's just stick with that story. And it's like, well, can't you think that maybe he did see it? Maybe he did study it. Maybe he thought about it. Like at least give the benefit of the doubt and go, okay, if he didn't see it, he had access through Bombasius and Sepultiva to whatever readings he wanted. So he basically had access to that manuscript. And so, but then James White's like, his manuscripts only went back to like 1,000 or whatever he said. Or isn't Vaticanus old? Didn't he have access to a lot of 365 readings of that? Didn't he? So he looked at it. You know what I mean? He just refused to use it because it's a standalone weirdo text. It's a Danny DeVito. The other ones are Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's looking at it going, that doesn't seem like the usual thing. And he said it's a back translation from a Latin text. He would know. He was the world leading expert in Latin and Greek at the time. So he would know these things. He also grew up in scriptoriums, like writing, copying Latin, copying texts. And so anyway, let's continue.
Happened between 632 and 732 that changed the face of the globe. It was called Islam. And when Islam arose between 632 and 732, all the Christian churches in North Africa, up into Portugal and Spain, up into the Holy Lands, all the way up to the gates of Constantinople. Well, let's just say Islam is not good for the production of Greek manuscripts of the New Testament, okay? And so...
So in other words, Westcott and Hort have their magical Lucianic recension where all the correct text just went missing and this horrible Byzantine text ended up everywhere. But James White doesn't believe that anymore. No credible scholar believes it. So Islam came on the scene and destroyed all the proper texts. The Vaticanus type of ones that were just everywhere. I mean, we've only got one of them, but Sinaiticus's were everywhere, but they just all disappeared. It's like, no, the Bible, the Byzantine text is everywhere. Yes, there would have been destruction of texts, but at the end of the day, like this is another Lucianic recension type of theory, isn't it? It's just the same type of theory, but just push it back or push it forward, maybe 300 years.
Things changed. The language of Christianity in the West was no longer Greek. It was Latin, the Latin Vulgate.
Yeah, and so the Latin text, even the Roman Catholics, the Council of Trent, they're like, we're not going to go with the Greek, we're going to go with the Latin. And then when you look at their best, the best that they can do, probably the Clementine Vulgate of 1592 sort of era, that is not that far from the Textus Receptus. And so this Frankenstein beast that they've got now is so different from the Protestants and the Catholics. It's different from the Latin and the Greek. It's a standalone thing. It's a weird thing. Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger are there, and they're having babies. It was probably not a good thing to say, but it's like, yeah, their DNA is all these modern Bibles. You know,
was the language of the people. That was the Bible of the people, and it was used for 1,100 years. Erasmus came under a tremendous amount of pressure for coming up with a new translation. There's a Latin translation in this text right here. He came under a great deal of pressure because he dared to question the book that obviously God had used for 1,100 years to guide his church, and that was the Latin Vulgate. Every time something new comes out, someone opposes it, just as the King James was opposed when it first came out. Remember, it's not the first.
Just because you got opposition to something doesn't mean it's the same thing. It's like a Jehovah's Witness saying, I get persecuted because I'm a Jehovah's Witness. It's like, nah, probably because you're, you know, you're knocking on people's doors on a Saturday afternoon when they just want to be left alone. Or, you know, some people can be morons and like street preaching where they're street screeching and vandalizing instead of street preaching and evangelizing. They've got no love of God in them. They're telling people, you're going to burn in hell. And, you know, I mean, you got to tell people the truth, but you know, some people that's all they major on is just you know, telling everyone they're going to go to hell, and it's like they get persecuted. It's like Stephen Anderson getting tased for being at the border, crossing and not winding his window down or whatever, and it's like that's actually nationalism. It's not really Christian. Like, hey, I'm getting persecuted for Jesus. It's like, well, you know, America is not Jesus. It's America is ungodly in a lot of ways, and he would admit that. But it's like, yeah, sometimes what I'm saying is, yeah, James White seems to be conflating things like that.
English translation. Remember, the Pilgrims detested the King James. They thought it was the liberal translation. They preferred.
No, the Pilgrims took the King James version with them over on the Mayflower. On the first boat, they had the King James Bible. If you go to the museum where all the Mayflower material is, you can see a copy of the King James version there. Many of the Pilgrims, many of the Puritans later on, like John Bunyan, he would defend the King James and say it's basically the originals in English. And so he would be deemed as a King James onlyist today, and you could call him a Ruckmanite, I guess. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. No, he just believed that we have the Bible. That's all.
For the Geneva Bible, and God greatly used the Geneva Bible that came out before the King James. You have to keep these things in mind. But
which was based on the Textus Receptus, because there were no critical text Bibles around. Zero. There were no, you know, there was nothing like the NA28 around those days. Zero. So he's like, oh, well, they had the Geneva Bible. They had the Geneva. And it's like a big deal. At least we had, like, there was a constant progression to the point where, you know, they did the King James. It's like everyone's like, wow, that's amazing. And James White's sort of mocking that, like, oh, some other people, they used the one before that. What are you going to do about that? And it's like, well, yeah, but they didn't have a choice of using your one, did they? Because it didn't exist. It's like, you know, they've got no horse in the race, but they're mocking. It's like, it's ridiculous. Anyway.
why is it that I would believe that that text right there is far more defensible and that we need to be very careful about the King James only movement? Well, it's because I debate people like Bart Ehrman.
Okay, so this is the reason, because he debates people like Bart Ehrman, who still got massive influence in the academy that he gets a lot of his information from. Like even Jan Kranz, he's like, oh, this is the one volume defense against the Textus Receptus and all this sort of stuff. The one volume destruction against the Textus Receptus. And when you look at the preface, it's like Bruce Metzger and Bart Ehrman are the general editors. Why would you be involved with an academy that has weirdos and strangers and heretics like Bart Ehrman? Why would you read books from these type of people, these type of weirdos? James White says Jan Kranz is just neutral. He's just a neutral guy. He doesn't have a barrier to push. I think they do have a barrier to push. I think possessed and have strange and bizarre and weird ideas about Christianity and about the text. And half the time, all you have to do is just look at their Christian beliefs, and half the time they don't really believe in. They'll doubt me, like, oh, I believe in the Trinity, yeah. But half the time, if Bart Ehrman actually went with the Textus Receptus with the King James, and didn't have all the weird and strange beliefs, just like James White does, he wouldn't be able to argue half of the things that he does. But he has so many errors. He has a lot of the same errors that James White has. But he's just taken it to its logical conclusion that therefore God is a contradictory weirdo, where James White's like, well, God's mysterious and still keep believing. Just keep trusting God. You heard this in a church. It's way better than hearing it in some liberal university or some atheist saying it in a class. You'll lose your faith. But if I'm saying it, that's fine. No, it's actually the issue is the text. That you guys have some weird text that's just never been around, and you've introduced it, and now you're defending it, and there's lots of money to be made from defending it. If there was no money to be made on this issue, I doubt that White would even bother, really.
And I debate Muslim scholars like Shabir Ali all around the world. Because you see, there is this drive on the part of every religious group to have a single religious text and have no questions about it. And I understand
that. That's what the Bible says about itself. Okay, inadvertently, if you read Revelation 22, verses 18 and 19, it clearly says, don't add or subtract from the words. How can you do that sin if you don't know where the words are? If you can just go to the book of Revelation and go, I think I'll just delete that verse, I found this manuscript somewhere and it doesn't have it, so anyway, just delete. No, I know where the words are. Believers in the word know where the words of God are. You know when you're adding and subtracting. How can anyone do that sin if they don't know where the words are? Inadvertently, it's saying believers will know where the words are, doesn't it? If it's saying, don't, you're going to have, a million pieces of the puzzle. Don't lose any pieces. Don't put 1,000,001 pieces there. Don't just have 999,999 pieces there. Have 1,000,000. Well, you should know where all the pieces are then. If it's saying don't add or take away just the word. So clearly we should know where the words are. Inadvertently, it's saying that we will know, that believers will know, and there's a danger if we add or subtract. But in this scenario of James White, who knows? We go with this. I go with Tyndale House text. Or you can go with the majority text. That's fine, That they're basically saying we have no idea where all the words of God are. They're vague about it. And it's fine to be vague, Perhaps Bart Ehrman committed the sin of adding and subtracting. And that's why he's in the mess that he's in. Because his part has been taken from the book of life.
I understand wanting to have it black and white, no questions. Here's the problem. That's not how God gave us the Bible. No two Greek manuscripts read identical to one another. Erasmus had...
So basically it's deism. God gave us the Bible, but then just left it to us, and we're sinful, we're dirty, we're clumsy, we got weather and earthquakes and tsunamis and problems, and so we've got crumbs left. No, God said he would be involved with the preservation of the word. So I wonder if James White would believe that if all the manuscripts were to go missing tomorrow, if all the data from all the internet was just to go tomorrow in a nuclear blast, could God still preserve his words? He would be like, I don't know how he would do that? How could he? It's like, well, God's a miracle working God. We're not deists. We're not like God's just, put us in a direction and just gone, there you go, and just floated us off in the water. And we're like, well, we're sort of just out here by ourselves now. No, he's with us. He's with the church. The church has the words of God. Of course we have the words of God, but this is just like atheistic liberal argumentation.
To examine manuscripts, and he made choices. Erasmus was a Roman Catholic priest. He was not infallible. He wrote in defense of transubstantiation.
See, notice he's a Roman Catholic priest when they want him to be. But they never say that about Tyndale, do they? Tyndale was a Roman Catholic priest until the day he was defrocked when they burnt him at the stake. Now, was he just a normal Catholic priest? See, the thing is, they like to pigeonhole that. As much as they're going to pigeonhole you and say you're a King James onlyist and you're a widow and you're a Ruckmanite and all the rest of it, what they're going to do as well is pigeonhole these guys into, oh, well, they were Roman Catholic. Like, so what was Martin Luther up until the day when he received the papal bull showing that he was excommunicated from the church? What was he up until that day? He was a Roman Catholic priest. If he had never been excommunicated, he would have been a Roman Catholic priest till the day he died, But was he just a Roman Catholic priest? It's more complicated than that, isn't it? But this is the thing, James White, he doesn't want to, let those pesky facts get in the way of his good story of just having, it's black and white. He's either on the bad side or the good side. You've got to remember, he was on the bad side. No, it's most likely that there were tons of Protestants in what was labeled the Church of Rome. And then when all this stuff happened with Luther and Erasmus and all the rest of it, they all came out of the woodwork. Because up until then, you'd just be burnt at the stake for having, different views and all the rest of it. And look how quickly everything changed. So there was an underlying current. There were many, many people who were in their beliefs, hating the church, hating the Pope, hating, this type of weird and strange things, hating all that stuff happening. And so, and later on at the Council of Trent, then they've said, all of Erasmus's works are on the forbidden list. So they've doubled down. They haven't learnt from their mistakes. They've just doubled down. The Roman Catholic Church is just like a big political juggernaut. It's a bit like having Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and Benny Hinn running the world as a dictatorship. I'm not saying any one of them are good, bad, or ugly, or whatever. I'm just saying it's like having a political force and a religious force joined together. And so people were just under it. It's like saying you're an American. If you were a Roman Catholic, you're in the Catholic Empire. What are you going to say? I'm not a Catholic. Well, you're a traitor. You go back to your own country, go back to wherever. You're just part of that. And so the thing is, someone like Tyndale, well, he's a good guy. Like if you were to ask James White, well, he's a good guy. He's on our side. But all he did was translate Erasmus's New Testament into English. He translated Erasmus's book on being a Christian soldier, and England had Reformation. So that shows you how influential Erasmus was. Luther pretty much did the same thing. And look at what happened there. It's people just like to say, oh, he's a Roman Catholic priest. But at the end of the day, it's more complex than that. I could just say to Tyndale, he was just a Roman Catholic priest, just dismiss him completely. Well, Wycliffe, Roman Catholic priest. No, what about exactly what they said instead of just pigeonholing them and labeling them? Now, I know Erasmus, he didn't depart from some of the Roman Catholic concepts like Luther did. But Luther didn't depart from everything either, did he? And so, and you still see him as like, oh, well, he was at least doing this good thing and that good thing. And so it's not as black and white as you make it out to be, as James White's making it out to be. If Erasmus did his text in 1516, 1517 was the Reformation date. And what church could Erasmus join? He was talking to Luther. They had heaps of disagreement. Would you just go and join them? Like if you're in Europe, would you just go and join the Lutherans? It's like, are you in agreement with them? Or do you just go, well, I'll just do my own thing? Because, I don't know, Luther's good on this, but he's really bad on this. And, sometimes they're sort of, they're angry at these other Christian groups. And, there were Protestant groups, or later on they're labeled Protestant retroactively, who were killing people. Anyway, I'll keep going through James White's thing.
Substantiation in the Mass. I would have debated Erasmus had I lived in his day. So we have to examine the scholarship that was used then. If they used textual critical scholarship to choose between manuscripts, and even the King James translators, these two texts do not read identical to one another. The King James translators had to make choices even between the printed texts that they used. And so
what he's done is created a false dilemma. Like he's like, you realize that Erasmus and the King James guys and Stephanus had to make decisions. And who's saying that they didn't have to make decisions? And then he sort of wins a point there somehow in your mind. You're like, well, apparently they had to make decisions. That's the same as, people today are doing textual criticism. They have to make decisions too. It's completely different. You guys are basing it on two manuscripts, and they were basing it on pretty much everything else, on the Byzantine text. And so, but they're also looking at the Latin. They're also looking at the early church writers, and this is what they did. This is historically how they did it. And so, James White's just sort of creating a false dilemma. So it's like saying, do you realize that in China, they made political decisions? They made political decisions. You know that in China, in Mao's era, they made political decisions. So when America wrote the Constitution, they made decisions too, didn't they? So it's the same thing. It's like, no, it's not the same thing. It's chalk and cheese. It's completely different. Vaticanus was at the bottom of the barrel. Now it's at the top of the barrel. It's like 1 minute you're feeding people, fine food and all the rest of it, and now you're feeding them dog meat, and you're saying, hey, they're both cooking. It's not the same. And he's being deceptive, and he wants people to be deceived like that. I'm just looking at this person's face. I don't know, like it looks like an AI sort of thing, doesn't it? I don't know if they're just very elderly and have got some face disfiguration. This person too, looks like their face is indented. That's weird.
if we did it from 1604 to 16...
Can you see what I mean? I'll make this as big as possible. Like this one here and this one there, like her head looks indented. Even his face looks really weird. Anyway, I can't figure out why that's happened. But
1611, why do we stop there? The King James translator never said that we were to stop there.
They stopped there because they completed the work, because a new technology of printing came around. Printing of English Bibles, printing of Greek material had started about 100 years earlier. It took a while for things to be ironed out. By 1611, they were ironed out. Now, some people continued on. It's like the Elzevirs, they were like, oh, this Textus Receptus here and this and that. Other people like Mill, they started looking at all other things and the London Polyglot and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, it was the peak of scholarship. So anything that came later it degrades the text. So usually you look at the arguments for and against, and you're like, well, that's a poor argument. And you look at the argumentation made in the Reformation period, and you're like, that's a superior argument. So we're just defaulting with a superior argument. Just because time goes along doesn't mean people are progressing. you know what I'm saying? It's like just because you have people today who are, 300 years away from, scientists. Yeah, I'm trying to make up an example, but it's not really working. But anyway, let's just continue.
They never even suggested that this was the final word in all things.
But they did. They said in the Bible that it would be something that it would not be. Actually, I'll bring up the preface to the reader. Okay. Now notice the first thing said, the best things have been calumniated. Calumniated means like when there's something good and you come against it, basically. And notice it says the best things. They thought that their translation was the best. They go on to say that there's many good ones, but they made one principal good one. This is the main good one. This is the more exact one, the more perfect one, the way better one. The others are good, but this is the better one. Look at this. Truly good Christian reader, we never thought from the beginning that we should need to make a new translation, nor yet to make of a bad one a good one. It says, but to make a good one better, or out of many good ones, one principal good one. Not, listen to this, not justly to be accepted against. So that basically means like you're unjust if you come against the King James. That's so good. They're saying it's the best. That hath been our endeavor, that our mark. All the way through this, they talk about how good the translation is. And so James White's just like, they never said that theirs is the be-all, end-all. Well, theirs is from the golden pipes from heaven, the Greek and the Hebrew, and they translated from that. So what more could you want? I understand you're updating words. That's fine. I've got no problem with updating an old archaic word. But the words are stable. The words are concrete. There's a difference between having, he who believes or he who, or there's it's synonymous saying he who believes or he that believeth, sort of thing. But there's a huge difference between that type of an update and just deleting the words or having something completely different. So anyway.
And so we have to continue on. If the King James translators were here today, they would not be King James onlyists.
Yes, they would. They said that they looked at all the material of their day and they said theirs was the best thing going. So just because James White now likes Vaticanus and they've found this Sinaiticus thing and they're made up, join them together and create this never seen before Greek text, just because he favors that, well, everyone else should like it too. And all the Sioux. Well, that's like me saying, okay, well, I think if the King James guys were here today, they would believe my particular, why? Well, because they're smart. And they would recognize that Nick's right, and they would agree with me. So would Luther. So would Chrysostom. So would Paul. So, James is just saying this. Future, they wouldn't be King James only. They absolutely would be, because there's no other alternative. In Vaticanus is rejected. That's all that was around until 1844. Then we got this other thing, Alexander, but that's Byzantine in the Gospels. So yes, they did believe in looking at manuscripts. They did believe looking at these things, which James White says, no, they didn't. They looked at printed text only. You know what I mean? Now it's like, oh, no, they believed in looking at manuscripts. See how he's just, the end of the story is different to the beginning, So depending on which debate point he's trying to win, he'll just craft his story, even if it contradicts what he said like 10 seconds ago. But they knew about Vaticanus, James. So why didn't they? So he's basically only saying, well, I guess it's like King James was given Alexandrinus by one of the main leaders in Constantinople at the time. And King James had passed away by the time it came to him. So King Charles had it. And that's what, the London Polyglot, a lot of scholars went through that and a whole bunch of other issues. But at the end of the day, they didn't change the Bible with those readings, did they? At all. And a lot of the King James translators were still alive when that manuscript came to England. And they would have looked at it. And then they're like, well, it's got corruptions in it. It's not like the rest. It's a standalone type of weird thing. And so it's not part of the stream. It's just a puddle. Some of these puddles are cleaner than others, but most of them just have dirt in it. And it's like, I'm not going to drink from that.
What we have available to us, they certainly would not take the position that is taken by King James only representatives today. Yeah. And in fact,
you're just saying that. It's like saying, I guess if Erasmus came into the future, he would barrack for the same football team that you barrack for. Yeah, you're saying that, but you're not proving it.
In fact, I did want to correct just one misapprehension. Sinaiticus was not found in or near a trash can. That is
like this. Remember I was saying before how this is like the weirdest thing that James White says, and he still says this today. And I think he did a video recently where he was sort of like confused and like, I think I've said something wrong. Maybe like someone like TurretinFan has got in his ear and said, look, they're fully mocking you behind your back. Not even behind his back, just all over the internet. James White's wrong, like for 15 years. And then he's like, finally like, oh, well, I guess I'm cornered. Tischendorf's own testimony is it was found in the, that's his own testimony. And then he went back and got it in a red cloth. I can't understand what's going on in his brain for him.
Common myth, but it's untrue. All you have to do.
When they're saying it's been in use, there's some Arabic marginal notes. There's a few weird things here and there, like something crossed out, and so, a corrector's looked at it, and he's like, it's in use. Like, people are just crowded around this one document. Why isn't this used like the Byzantines? Just you're looking at thousands and thousands of manuscripts, Byzantine manuscripts. One Sinaiticus. Why isn't there 2 or 3 or 4? If people valued it that much, they would have copied it. But they didn't, because they rejected it. It's a piece of trash.
That time. But that text right there is not based simply upon Aleph and B, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus.
Okay, here we go. He's saying it's not, but just based upon those 2. Okay, shock to everyone.
Since the 1930s, we have discovered a number of papyri manuscripts that go far closer to the original than any work of antiquity. When I debated Bart Ehrman, he admitted in our...
Okay, so he's made this claim. The papyri go far closer. Okay, but what are the papyri? Are the papyri just like, it can just be like a scrap of paper. It can be a whole page, But at the end of the day, who knows what they actually are? Are they sermon notes? Is this the writings of Marcion? Are they corruptions? And the thing is, Jeff Riddle did quite a good job of proving when he contacted people who were involved with papyrus manuscripts. And he or I'm pretty sure he just read through some of the books, and it was like the papyrus has not really changed anything in the text. The text is still primarily Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. Now, there might be a papyri here and there where it's like, oh, that backs up a Sinaiticus reading, or that backs up a Vaticanus reading here and there. But the thing is, what the papyri actually did was prove that there were Byzantine readings in those papyri, which if these guys are saying, are second, third, fourth, century, I don't think they're saying second. Well, I guess some of them they are, P52 and others. There are Byzantine readings there. And so this actually shows that the whole concept of a Lucianic recension by Westcott and Hort, this debunked the whole concept of that Westcott and Hort based their methodology on. To get rid of the Byzantine text, they said that the papyri, or basically they didn't know of the papyri, and so that was discovered after Westcott and Hort, proving that the Byzantine text was early. But some of these have these weird readings in it, but they don't go with all the papyri, because some of them have strange readings in it, Gnostic type of readings in it. And so who knows what they are? Are they just sermon notes? Are they pages that fell from a Bible? And that's not me saying that. That's people like Kenyon saying that, who knew all about these papyri. He's like, what actually are they? We can't just change the Bible because we found a scrap on the ground. And we have to date these things, because papyri can get forged and have been found to be forgeries. So we should date everything before we go changing the Bible on a scrap that they've found in a cave or anything like that. Or not, I think the Nag Hammadi finding is great. These have something in a glass case in the front of their library, but it's actually just a piece of junk.
Cross-examination section. He's from all antiquity. He could have said also the most widely attested document.
So notice he starts talking about, and they're like, oh, it's early. Yeah. Well, it comes down to who's dating these things, because according to White and others, archaic mark, well, they're right at the top of the pack. How come they're deceived? How come so many people are deceived by manuscripts like that? Surely there's other manuscripts that have deceived people over the years. Surely we should just test everything. We have that technology today. We should be able to do that.
Of all of antiquity. We can get much closer to the originals than any other work of antiquity in those.
So notice it's like, no one has any idea what he's talking about. Same as Erasmus. He says, this manuscript says this, this, and this, and we have nothing today with those readings in it. And he's clearly got it in front of him. He's writing it in his annotation saying, we've got this, And at the end of the day, it's almost like people feel that we're getting more manuscripts or something like that. No, we're leaking out manuscripts. Manuscripts are just being destroyed left, right, and center. There are piles of manuscripts. There are libraries filled with manuscripts that are just rotting and decaying and getting older and turning to dust. Now, I understand like finding something and compiling it and putting it on the internet and all the rest of it. Well, that's all great, but the Nestle-Aland text might document some of that, but it's not going with it. It's going with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. It's basically the Westcott and Hort text with a different haircut. That's all it is. So this whole thing of we're looking at everything, they're looking at everything to give the air of or to give a veneer that they are actually examining these things to go, well, maybe it could be the reading. No, they're doing it so they can say, hey, we've looked at everything and we're still going with what Westcott and Hort found, basically. It's just they have no intention of going with all those marginal readings.
And what do those papyri manuscripts tell us? That Sinaiticus and Vaticanus represent the text from the 2nd century. There is no Byzantine manuscript, a manuscript that contains specifically and only Byzantine readings until the 4th or 5th century.
So notice that was the argumentation of Westcott and Hort. Oh, where are the Byzantine texts? Well, it makes sense to think that they have all been destroyed because it's so early. Now, if you have something like something in Egypt where the conditions are hardly any moisture, it's dry, that's the best place to preserve that type of manuscript. But the thing is, it doesn't mean that it's accurate, even if it is old. We're just not sure. We should test all these things. But they're saying, oh, it's 175 AD, that's P 52, and this other one's this date and that date, and they've got these specific dates for it. Like, it makes me laugh. It's like people saying, oh, the world is, or this thing that we've found is 47 million years old, and it's like 47, like specifically 47 million. It's like, no. We see a lot of fraud in evolution. We see a lot of pseudoscience. When it comes to biblical manuscripts, most of those people in the academy don't believe in creationism, young earth creationism. Most of those guys believe in evolution. Most of those guys they believe in pseudoscience, and they are not advocating for a young earth position. And so they look at evidence. Like, anyone who has that type of position knows the scientific gymnastics that people go through to prove evolution is true. And for years, I used to believe in evolution until I got saved. And then I remember when I first heard that evolution wasn't true, I thought the preacher was nuts. He was saying the earth was like only 6,000 years old. I was like, what? This guy's an idiot. Doesn't he know? I'm thinking, doesn't he know science, And then I actually asked a few questions, and people gave me some creation science magazines. And I just devoured all that material. I read heaps of books on it, and I was like, wow, I've been so deceived. But that's like, with this position, there's so much deception involved with this.
And so we're talking about the earliest, most primitive manuscripts, and they didn't all come from Alexandria, Egypt. Alexandria, the library there had people coming and going from all over the world. And the idea that, Alexandria is full of heretics. Folks, the Byzantine manuscripts come from around the area of Byzantium. Arianism was very strong in that area. And
thus why the Communicaneum was attacked. But, depending on the debate, he probably wouldn't admit that in a Communicaneum debate.
And the person who defended the deity of Christ against the Arians after the Council of Nicaea was a man named Athanasius, and he became Bishop of Alexandria in Egypt. So anybody can make an argument in regard.
But it was known as a hotspot of Gnostic persuasion, of Gnostic cults. And so saying this. So this is the guy who James White, Bruce Metzger endorsed James White's book. The first edition, it had endorsed by Bruce Metzger, and he endorsed the book. So, these guys are of the same textual cloth, so to speak. And, James White is trying to do his PhD underneath a guy in South Africa who was the second last student of Metzger, because the last student was Ehrman. So he wants to be have the same equivalent, doctorates as Ehrman. Yeah, Ehrman's way smarter than James White. James White just really needs to admit that. But at least, James White, has kept, the faith sort of thing, in a sense where he hasn't become an atheist and all the rest of it. But when it comes to these textual issues, Bart Ehrman just runs rings around James White. I know James White thinks that he is the bee's knees, but his stuff is so easily disproven. But then again, when I watch Bart Ehrman stuff, there's a lot of stuff that's easily disproven as well. And he tends to just get angry at people and belittle them. It seems like a thing because he's a university professor. Anyway, I'm just waffling on. Let's continue.
hours of church history, I would just simply challenge Pastor Moorman this evening, show us any evidence that any of these manuscripts were touched by, influenced by, tinged by any heretic that you can name. And we can then deal with that kind of assertion that is made.
So now you've got to have the heretic, you've got to name them. That if you find something that has this weird reading in it, in a place where there was known to be like a hotspot for Gnosticism, you've got to name the person. You know what I mean?
Now, I believe in the deity of Christ. I wrote a book called The Forgotten Trinity. I debate Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, Unitarians all the time on the subject of the deity of Christ. The modern translations based upon the Nestle-Aland 27th edition are in much better shape to defend the deity of Christ than if you're utilizing the Byzantine text.
No, it's just simply untrue. Unitarians worked on the text of Westcott and Hort. So George Vance Smith, he was a Unitarian. He was like a Jehovah's Witness. Westcott and Hort were great friends with this guy. They had communion with him, pretty much destroyed the track record that they had in the Church of England at the time. And they had this Unitarian invited in, had communion with him. And when the church officials, when they found out what was happening, they wanted to kick George Vance Smith off the committee. And Westcott and Hort said, well, if you're going to get rid of him, you have to get rid of us too. So they stood up for him. They defended this heretic, this Trinity Christ-denying heretic. And he had huge influence on the text. He wrote a book called Doctrines That Have Been Changed in the Revised Version. So he actually said doctrines have been changed. Exactly what Jack Moorman is saying. So this is from one of the guys who worked with Westcott and Hort. And he was anti-Trinitarian. They got rid of the Commuhanium. They changed God was manifest in the flesh to who appeared in a body. So anyway, it's just simply not true.
Now, I realize that there are texts where the King James testifies the deity of Christ that modern translations do not. One of the most famous is 1 Timothy 3:16. In 1 Timothy 3:16,
you know what's amazing? He agrees with the Textus Receptus reading here in his book. But if you get him in a debate situation like this, he doesn't say, well, let's go with the TR reading. He just tells you the situation and then just makes you think that he's following the critical text. Watch this.
In the King James Bible, it says God was manifest in the flesh. In modern translations, it simply says he who was manifest in the flesh. And that sounds, you can build a real conspiracy on that. That sounds like those rascally modern translators. And I've worked as a critical consultant on the New American Standard Bible for the Ruckman Foundation. We are conservative men in the work that we do. We believe in the deity of Christ. We defend the deity of Christ. So why is there such a difference? Well, let me explain to you the fact that in the earliest manuscripts, and what's called the unsealed text, the majuscule, the original manuscripts of the New Testament written in all capital letters, no punctuation, no space between words. Lots of fun to read. Now, in those capital letter forms, the early Christians developed something called the nomina sacra, the sacred names. They would actually use abbreviations to try to get more onto a page. Most of the early Christians were poor people. And in fact, remember, the church was under persecution for the first 300 years of its existence. You couldn't go to the rich people to have nice manuscript copies made at that particular point in time. And so they would use these abbreviations for like God, Jesus, Spirit, common words. They would abbreviate them as one or two letters and put a line over top of them. God was one of the words that they did this with. Now, when we hear the difference between God and he who, that sounds like a big difference. But I'd like to show you something on the screen that shows you what the difference between these two words is. If we could bring that up, you'll be able to see that in the original language, the term God is two letters, and the word he who is two letters. There you can see it. I'm not sure if the audience can see it, but you can see the term God, theta sigma with a line on top, and then omicron sigma is Hos. The only difference between these two words are two little lines. And remember what you're originally writing on. Papyrus, which is made up of leaves that are pressed together, crossed like this, or leather manuscripts, vellum, all of which have what in them? lines, and you're reading somebody else's handwriting. It's very easy to understand. No reason for conspiracies here. It's very easy to understand why someone would misunderstand or misread someone else's.
And the like I said, the crazy thing is James White goes with the Textus Receptus reading here in his book. He says, I agree with Dean John William Burgon on this issue. And Burgon said, yeah, it's clearly God was manifest in the flesh. It creates a solecism in the text. But this is what Westcott and Hort have. This is what the NA28 has. So he's not even being honest and saying, hey, I actually agree with Jack Moorman here. I agree with the King James reading here against the Westcott and Hort text, against Nestle Alarm text. He's not being completely honest with everyone, is he? So he's showing this like why teach a lesson on it and then not say your own conclusion? Because his conclusion is against the vast majority of scholarship. Because there are people out there, people like Dan Wallace, who will say, no, that's a wrong reading. And James White will be like, no, it's the right reading, but he just won't say that because then they look like idiots because they're just trying to make up a text. They can't even get this right. He's saying it's one way, other people are saying it's another way. They can't, surely they can agree on, it should be a science. They're in the lab with their lab coats on. They're the new high priests. Yeah, surely they can figure out where the word of God is. No, they can't. James White is like, I'm pretty sure that should be your reading. And he's convinced himself. He's read Burgon and gone, oh, I'm convinced. But then he spends the rest of his life telling everyone, well, you could easily mistake that for a nominus sacra thing. Look over there, But why is he bringing this up?
A handwriting. And at the bottom of that screen was a shot from Codex Sinaiticus. And you can see that its original reading was Haas, and then about 700 years later, someone had written Theos in above it. You can see.
Notice he says 700 years later, someone wrote this. People were saying this is from the same scriptorium. Like someone's amended that in the same scriptorium. But he's like, no, 700 years. It's so vastly different. Like people who are all critical text people have such vastly different numbers. But usually you find these apologists go with the one that's, the best. We've got a manuscript that's 125 AD. It's like so close to the New Testament. No one else has that. It's like, who's dating this? Can we chemically test this, or can we use an XRF gun to examine the ink on this? No. You're just a doubter. You wouldn't even accept the conclusions, even if we did that. It's like, no, I probably would.
See it in the second line toward the end, where someone has made an emendation about 700 years after the original writing. So every time there is a text where there is a difference in regards to the deity of Christ or anything else, I've examined every single one of them. In John 1:18, for example, the King James does not contain a reference to the deity of Christ that is found in the modern translations, where Jesus is described as monogenes theos, the unique God, the one who has exegeted or revealed the...
Because monogenes theos is a Gnostic heresy. It's talked about by the early church writers. This is a Gnostic heresy. It's clearly monogenes weos, the only begotten Son, not the only begotten God. Now they have to redefine the word only begotten to be unique or one of a kind, which is a different Greek word. It's monodikos. But then because they changed it here, they have to go through the whole New Testament and change it to unique. So that's why John 3:16 now reads, for God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, or just his only Son, instead of only begotten Son. All the way through Greek, monogenes has meant only begotten. If you were to go to Greece today and ask them what it means, they wouldn't say it just means unique. But this is the strange concepts that they have in the critical text. The only begotten son, they say, well, Isaac was like the second born of Abraham. And he's called like the only begotten, but he's not the only begotten, is he? We got you there because he's the second born. So it means he's unique. But then when you read the Old Testament text, it says, get your son, thine only son, which would be only begotten son. You know, they don't even read the Bible. They don't even, it's like they don't even know the text, you know. All you have to do is just read through some of these references and you're like, oh, actually, even God himself says it's his only son. He doesn't even mention who was the other one, Ishmael, or no, that's the wrong dudes. Isaac. Anyway, let's continue. I'm getting a bit vague because it's nearly 4 hours. And I know lots of people dropped out because we had like 25 people here before. And it's down to like 13 or something. But that's cool. I'll keep going until the end of James White's thing. But it might go on for quite a while. I'll go a little bit more if I'm still sort of starting to slur words, because when you're talking for like 4 hours straight, it can be pretty exhausting.
Father. So in every single one of these instances, there is no reason to think that there's some type of conspiracy.
There's that word again.
There's no reason to think that modern translators, and by the way, please, I hope you hear me here. I am a conservative. I do not defend all modern translations. There are garbage modern translations. There are cultic modern translations, like the New World Translation. We all recognize doesn't even really deserve the name translation at all.
But it's probably better than some of the Protestant ones coming out.
That's just a perversion of the Bible. And unfortunately, it's Europe that produces most of the liberal stuff. But there are fine, excellent conservative translations of the New Testament that will give a much more consistent and full testimony to the deity of Christ, not only because of the text they
He's lying. What else can I say here? He's just lying.
use, but also because we have grown in our understanding of the Greek language.
Is he going to go through the Granville Sharp thing?
At the beginning of the 19th century, there's a man by the name of Granville Sharp.
And so if you haven't watched the latest video on Truth is Christ channel, so I got invited on there. I'll quickly get it up. Okay, so Truth is Christ. Okay, so it's this channel here. So Brandon, he invited me on to talk about this, the Granville Sharp rule in these verses. And so it's had like 16,000 views just in the last 2 weeks. Now, I'll throw that in the mix if anyone wants to watch that. I think we just nail the whole issue of, the King James guys didn't know Greek enough. It's so dumb. But anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in the mix because he's going to talk about this and I'm sort of fading, so I don't really want to explain it. And I explain it way better in that video because my cup of coffee was fresh and my cup of coffee is empty here. So.
And Granville Sharp recognized something about the Greek language. There's a set of rules named after him called the Granville Sharp construction. And in Titus 2:13 and 2 Peter 1:1, we have references where Jesus is identified as God. And in fact, in Titus 2:13, it says, our great God and Savior, Jesus Christ. In 2 Peter 1:1, our God and Savior, Jesus Christ. That rule was discovered after the translation of the King James Version of the Bible.
Beza talks about it. Erasmus talks about it. James White's just illiterate on this. Like, woefully illiterate. But the thing is, how much has he said that's just been wrong here? But people don't know. They're just like, wow, Granville Sharp. Wow, King James guys are dummies. I didn't realize that. Wow, the Geneva's better. People use the Geneva wow, we've got all this papyri, you know, like he's just saying all this stuff, and you can easily go through and show where James White's wrong.
The translators of the King James were much more familiar with Latin.
Oh, it's so bad.
And so they do not translate the Granville-Sharp constructions at those places as clearly as we do today. And in fact, many people can look at the King James rendering and they say, well, it says our God and our Savior. Those two different people. Well, the rule says they're one person. That's why it should be translated our God and Savior, Jesus Christ. So one of my questions is...
So when it says our God and our... Or it says our God and our Father, is it talking about two different people? Or is it just because Unitarians choose to misread it that way?
This evening, for you in the audience, and especially for Pastor Moorman, is this. Is there any place in the King James where we've come up with a better translation than what appeared in 1611?
A better translation meaning, okay, so this is not to do with the underlying Greek. If you were to go better translation of the Hebrew and Textus Receptus that underlies the King James, better translation, does that mean just updating a word like shew, S-H-E-W to S-H-O-W? Okay, well, I can live with that. That's fine. But notice there's a whole bunch of categories, but he's just sort of saying we're going to update words because, there's so many places where there's just different readings. There's verses taken out. There's all sorts of strange things happening. But then let's revert back to what, is there anywhere where you would update a thing here and there sort of thing? And it's like, well, I've got no problem with shoe being show, there's no problem with that.
I would expect you would have to believe that because no one here uses the 1611 KJV. If you're reading a standard King James version today, you're using the 1769 Blaney revision. That's what's normally printed, but there's two editions of that, the Oxford and the Cambridge edition, and they're not identical to one another. Almost nobody.
So when it's sort of like talking about these non-identical sort of things and, there's differences like, there's differences in Textus Receptus editions, and it's like, okay, let's compare them. And you're going through and looking at it all, and then you're comparing King James editions. Well, most people just say it's the 1900 Cambridge edition, which I've looked at all the differences between that and the Oxford, and I'm like, okay, well, that makes sense. But really, it's like splitting hairs, like the word father or further. Father has the concept of far, it's a location. Further is more a philosophical concept of we took the conversation further. So when it's got those type of readings, we're splitting hairs there. Okay. I would consider both of them King James editions, but one just has a slight nuance to it. It's like reading Spirit with a capital S or a small s. It's like, well, okay, but he's got all these like, there's all these editions of the King James and some of them different from each other. The differences are so minor, like so minor. Where was his Bible between 1611 and the Westcott and Hort Bible? It didn't exist. You know what I mean? He doesn't have a horse in the race, even with the English Bible. There's nothing based on the critical text. There's a few weird sort of editions that came up. And even when people bring this up, there's this other edition, the Noise edition. He's a Unitarian. Are you going to go with that edition? Oh, I didn't know that. Where's their Bibles in this period? Have they ever existed? Oh, no, they're all of a sudden on the scene. Well, doesn't that show you in itself that it's not the genuine Bible? And it's not just because printing's just been invented. They're like, where was the Bible before 1611? It's like in manuscript form, because printing was a new technology. They only really started printing Greek at 100 years before the King James, and English Bibles, they weren't allowed. And 1526 was sort of like the first English Bible. So it took a while to iron out some problems. They hadn't even done the Old Testament based upon the Hebrew until really later on with the Geneva fully Greek, fully Hebrew Bible. And so, of course, that it takes a while to iron out problems and things like that. But they're like, where was the Bible before 1611? It's like, well, in manuscripts. And then there was a period where it was printed and in manuscripts. Then there was a period where it was in the King James. There you go. Done. and that they have no horse in the race. Just because the King James is so popular and it's everywhere, and they're printing it in Australia, they're printing it in New Zealand, they're printing it in America, they're printing it in London. Oh, and there's this difference. There's a difference in thoroughly or throughly. This is a difference. It's like they don't even have a horse in the race. And they're splitting hairs. They're straining at a gnat and they're swallowing a camel.
It reads the 1611. But even if you did, then you would know that there were changes made after the 1611. And so which one's the final authority? Even as the King James translators were producing their text, the different committees did not translate things in the same way. In Matthew, they translate the commandment, ouphan usais, you shall not murder, one way. And then in Romans, they translate, you shall not kill. It might be kill and murder, depending on Matthew or Romans. Two different committees translating the very same Old Testament commandment in two different ways.
And that's because kill and murder were synonymous. Today, we use words differently. And so James White's anachronistically putting a definition on those terms and putting regulations on those terms that don't need to be put on them. So thou shalt not murder is exactly synonymous with thou shalt not kill. So I might say I killed a cat or something like that. If I was a Satanist, I went out and killed a cat, okay? I usually wouldn't say I murdered it, okay? Even if I'm killing something for food, I killed a deer or I killed a cow or whatever. I don't say I murdered a cow, do I? But back in 1611, these were synonymous terms. And so the concept of kill and murder, I remember before I was saved, I read a book by, it was about Hare Krishna. And it was completely bizarre. But they had this whole concept in it. And I didn't know anything about Christianity, but I knew what they were saying was wrong. They said when it says thou shalt not kill, it should be thou shalt not murder. No, sorry. When it says thou shalt not murder, it should be thou shalt not kill, talking about all animals. And I was thinking, I'm pretty sure in the Bible, like they killed a lamb and they killed like cattle, and like they were trying to make out that like you shouldn't kill anything. Everything's like this sentient being that you can't kill. And they were using this type of argumentation. And I saw through it even as an atheist, a guy who's never read the Bible. I was like, that's stupid. And it made me it sort of repelled me. It was like, that's a really dumb argument. Thou shalt not kill. And everyone misinterpreted it and started killing animals. And it's like, and so the whole concept of what James White's saying here is he's retroactively putting a meaning on these words that was not there in 1611.
I've even had atheists use that as an example of contradiction in the Bible. Now, the question is,
so we're going to change the Bible because of atheists.
Will Pastor Moorman admit?
So the thing is, okay, just say that was true. Just let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think it's true, but let's talk about it. Do we then just jump in and go to Vaticanus and Sinaiticus that's never been around? Go with all these modern Bibles that are all different that have never been around? Is that what we do? Do we jump into the slush? No, we don't. But I don't, anyway, it's been 4 hours and I have some pretty good arguments for this, but I'm not using them because I'm trying to get to the end of his section here. And maybe I shouldn't just rush through this and go for another 4 minutes, because that would probably blow out to another 30 minutes. and it'll be drivel, because I know when I'm getting tired, and you guys can probably tell by my voice, I'm sort of droning on. But yeah, Helg's saying, notice how James White is simply bashing the TR-KJV instead of making a case for his own textual preference. Because their textual preference, the more they talk about it, the more people go, huh? It went missing for like 1,500 years? Okay, that's weird, you know. So they don't like to talk about it. They just like to talk about how bad our thing is. So it's a bit like a salesman, you know, talking about the new car that's coming out that's just a piece of rubbish, but they have to demonize every other car. So our car's the best, you know. Why would you pay more for that when you can have this? And then you jump in it and everything falls to bits and it's a piece of junk. And so, but they're salespeople. They are selling us a product. They're selling us these new Bibles. And I think the King James Only Controversy book was probably one of the biggest money makers for James White. Still huge in sales. And so I think that's the bread and butter for James White. And so what, you know, he's got to keep towing that line. That's why he hardly ever moves and diverts from what's written in the book, because cha-ching, there's money involved. Anyway, I think I'll leave it there. So I've gone to, I'll just drop this so I can see it when next time I'm looking. So we are at the 39.50 mark and almost halfway. And I think we can go through the rest of this in one more video, maybe two, but we'll see. But I'm not sure when I'll get onto that, because I might do something different tomorrow. This might just be a thing that I'll jump on during the week. I'll check some of these comments. Sunu says, I would still prefer the English KJV or DRV over the modern critical text editions, mostly Arian, Unitarian, Montanus. Yeah. Helg says, notice how, oh yeah, I already read that. Sean says he seems to clearly hate the KJV and TR. Yeah, they'll say they love it, but then they just say they trash talk it for the rest of the time. Chris says, I don't think James would believe that the KJV is a pure word of God, even if God told him to his face. Yeah. Thanks for this, Nick. Yeah, no worries, Chris. Sean says, awesome video. You shared a lot of knowledge I didn't know. Well, that's great, Sean. And, you know, I've had to learn this just by listening and reading. And so hopefully it's helped you guys, and we'll continue on, because he'll talk about Revelation 16:5 soon. And that's like a bit of a trump card to his debates. You know, I've got this special point, and I wrote a whole book on that, basically proving that James White knows zero about Revelation 16:5. And he's so chicken that he won't debate me on it. TurretinFan debated me on it, but James White won't, because he is chicken, egg-laying chicken. So anyway, he can do that to his opponents who he wants to debate. I think I can do it to him. If you can dish it out, you should be able to take it. Okay, well, God bless you guys, and we will see you again soon.